internets. Last chance to fix my stupid hair.
Oh, last chance to fix stupid hair. We are live. Hello,
great.
everyone. Welcome.
Super cool.
Yep, it's all good. Did you fix your hair?
I did.
Okay, good. Glad to hear it.
I did fix my hair.
Welcome, everyone. Hello, internets. We are live from the apocalypse. This is the season finale of our ongoing science fiction homebrew campaign, Nephilim. So welcome. Thank you all for joining us. Small clap. Small clap. We've made it this far. We've been playing this game for about 6 months, and we have raised over $200 for children's hospitals through the organization Extra Life and your very generous donations. If you are joining us for the first time, that's how we do things on this channel. We just ask that if you like what you see here, that instead of giving us any like subscriptions or bits or anything like that, like you normally would on twitch.tv, then instead you support the charitable causes that we have chosen to platform instead. So the command, if you'd like to do that, is !donate. For some reason, the bot is posting it twice. But, you know, that's just encouraging you to be maybe twice as generous today because it is our season finale, like I mentioned. So today we are not sponsoring Extra Life. Today we are actually raising money for the organization Fund Texas Choice, which works to provide accommodations and travel costs for individuals seeking abortions in the state of Texas, even if it means traveling outside of the state of Texas, which these days it does. That's a fun thing about our world. But if you'd like to give them any money, there's the link, and please go ahead and do that. The bot will also be posting that periodically over the course of the game. My name is Will. I run this game, and I will just give a brief introduction to who we have with us today, because it's a little outside of the ordinary. We have Rouge, who is playing Maeve Delaney, the intellect, sort of the like ship's doctor mechanic, generally just the biggest cinnamon roll of the group. Although recently that's been changing. We have Dan, who is playing Ellis Red-Eye Maldonado, the Hound, sort of this grizzled ex-headhunter turned scrapper, who's kind of been thriving in the suddenly terrible circumstances they found themselves in after years of relative comfort. Della, who plays Jaxper Sim the Tempest, is back after a brief hiatus last session when she was definitely moving. Jaxper...
Not dead, you crazy people. I had not actually been kidnapped, you psychos.
Well, we have no way to prove that.
No one can know. There's no way to know.
Yep. Jaxper is sort of a hot-tempered but well-meaning young or not so young man, depending on who you ask. And we have a special guest this session because Tayo, who normally plays Karis, the infiltrator, cannot be present with us. We have a different infiltrator this session. We have Raph, who is joining us and playing Lucy Callahan, whom you will be learning more about very soon, as will all the other players in the game. So yeah, say hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone. Hello.
And with that, we'll sort of dive on into things. So last session on Nephilim, and really the past couple sessions, the group accepted a contract in the city of Independence, Mars, to steal an experimental medical unit from the mega corporation Crucible Medical Technologies. The unit in question was being transported on a spaceship that was docked in Independence, hence the golden opportunity. They were hired by a local doctor. His name was Dr. Bouchard, and they pulled it off. They managed to infiltrate the ship. They knocked the crew unconscious. They acquired the unit, and they escaped with relatively little issue. They may have killed somebody in the process. That was unfortunate. And they may have lost one of their own in the process, which kind of brings us to the crux of the current conflict. That contract has been completed. You all have the parts that you need to fix the Nephilim, which is back on Maeve's parents' community. You have the parts you need. You have some pocket money. You're ready to get off Mars. However, in the course of the heist, one of your own went missing. And Jaxper, as you reviewed the security footage later, was taken by an unknown individual. So, that's sort of the situation where you find yourselves in. Well, that and you just watched your friend violently beat his head against a wall until he was unconscious and requiring medical attention.
I was going to say, that's the most recent one.
Yeah,
He's watching Karis lose his mind.
That's probably a thing. We literally lose his mind. That's probably a beat we should touch on, yeah. Yeah, and with that, we're going to pick up as Jaxper Sim regains consciousness. Jaxper, you don't know where you are as your eyes start to open. You look around, and wherever it is dark. It is very dark, and you don't recognize it. There is very little illumination around you, except for a couple of overhead lights that seem to be fairly high up, given the amount of dispersion that the light around you has. You can see that wherever you are, there are boxes or crates all around you. And on top of said crate, directly across from you as you start to pick your head up, you see somebody that you haven't seen in a very, very long time. Takes you a second to place him because he is wearing this sort of dark green, heavy canvas jacket with a hood pulled up. With the overhead lights, it kind of casts his face into shadow. But as you pick your head up, he pulls it back. And you recognize the face of somebody who appears to be maybe just a few years older than you, if you were to judge by physical appearance alone. You can see this sort of very gaunt and drawn face, with like very nondescript medium brown hair cut in a very not flashy style. Short, but not like anything that you would notice if you were walking down the street. Really the only thing that has changed about your old friend 14 is that he appears to have grown a beard at some point. It's cut pretty close to his face. It's not wild or anything, but his eyes haven't changed. There's still that same piercing blue that you and the rest of your cohort all had. And just like your eyes, his eyes are the eyes of somebody who has seen far too much. They're the eyes of somebody much, much older than he appears to be.
Jaxper is going to... I'm going to sort of just look at him, put my head back down, shut my eyes. I'm going to run a diagnostic, check my internal clock. How long have I been here?
You've been unconscious. You don't know how long you've been in this particular location, but you have been unconscious for about 18 to 20 hours. About 18 hours, we'll say.
What, and I cannot stress this enough, the actual fuck 14. Are you gonna fucking decommission me? Is that what this is?
He smiles, but it doesn't reach his eyes. And he says, we don't have to use those names anymore. I know you've chosen one for you, and I have as well. We don't have to use the numbers that they gave us.
Sure.
I'm Elliot.
Okay. Alright. So, let's start from the top. What the fuck, Elliot?
I realized that the last time we saw one another, it wasn't under the most auspicious circumstances.
Super wasn't. Is 19 alive? Did you kill him?
I didn't kill him. I don't know if he is or if he isn't.
We're 16.
I don't know that either.
Oh, I just got lucky. I'm just the first one you found. Cool, great, shiny, fucking tops. Where's my crew? He's gonna sit up and
they're not harmed. I didn't touch them. I only wanted to talk to you. You're not wrong. Although I would leave out the sarcasm, but yes, I was only able to find you by sheer luck. I heard some people, unsavory types, talking about a job that they had pulled, and a kid who wouldn't or couldn't stay down. A kid who the gas that they used had no effect on.
Who were these people?
And
when Jaxper, I want to make it very clear just for setting. At this point, Jaxper's no longer using his mouth to speak to Elliot. Like,
all right.
This is fully, this is a conversation that is happening in second, like over their communication, unless Elliot is denying that.
No, I don't think he would. I think that's fine. He'll switch to it. He'll kind of like sigh and he'll switch to it and he'll say, I questioned them and I learned some things, although obviously they didn't know your name. They told me about how they had ambushed a traveling scrapper ship during a job that they were pulling, and that there was somebody on the ship matching your description whom was just inhumanly tough. And I realized it had to be you. So I learned the last location of your ship, and I've been trying to catch up with you ever since. But I haven't seen 16 or 19 or anyone in as long as you have. The building came down around us.
You pulled it. You pulled it down around us. Like, let's make that clear. And I don't know how much you've heard about the there's an irony in me saying that to you, but like, okay, what those people you talked to, are they still alive? Can you send me data? Send me your visual processing data. Like, he actually like send like the old like data tags for like requesting like the information for like requesting download.
Okay. Yeah.
For his data.
He sends you
who these people were.
Yeah, he sends you stills of their faces and everything like that. He would say also, as your communication continues over the uplink, they were muscle. They were hired guns. They didn't know specifically who they were working for even. It was all under aliases.
Yeah. That's fine. I can work with that.
But
14. What's so important that you had to stick a disruptor to my fucking forehead and not just be like, hey? Because had you just been like, hey, I could have finished my job with my crew and they would not be panicking right now. Also, I have about 2,000 missed calls from Maeve right now because she's probably having a fucking panic attack. She just sent me another one. She just sent me another message.
Jacksbird, I mean, it's nice, isn't it? Pretending to be normal. It's been almost a century. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't spent some time myself in the illusion. It's peaceful. But you and I both know on some level that can't last. Not for us.
No shit, dude.
We should be
Yeah.
together. No one else can understand us, who we are, what it's like.
Fuck,
your
man.
your hands are tied. You can't pretend to jerk off.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Just want to be
The
clear about
emoji.
that.
I sent
It's
him
the
a
mental
emoji.
connection emoji.
I see.
Yeah.
Fair. Sorry, I didn't realize you were jerking off virtually. Okay, got it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I see.
What the? Fucking okay. All right. Yeah. No, they don't get it. They shouldn't get it. The shit we are, people shouldn't get. It's bad news bears. Fully aware, fully in support. Still,
I should apologize.
You
I should
picked a
have.
really fucking bad time, my dude. You just picked a really fucking bad time. Because had you showed up like an hour later, or maybe like 2 days before this, I'd be like, fucking A, it's my old friend. Let's fucking go.
Would you have, given the circumstances of the last time we saw each other?
Oh no, absolutely not. I'd probably be like, oh shit, it's my old friend. Killed everybody I knew. Are you fucking psycho still? Are you fucking psycho still? My hands are still tied, so I'm gonna go with probably.
I don't think I was ever clinically psychotic, but I think my actions were rash and I regret them. I've had a very long time to dwell on everything.
You fucking eat 19 or something because you sound like him.
No. I did not believe that you would talk to me in good faith, but I needed you to see what was on that ship. Jax, they're making more of us.
Yeah.
They're mass producing us.
Yeah. 257.
At least. Probably more. Do you want to live in a world where there are 300 of us at the beck and call of those people?
No, absolutely not. That's why I stole the thing I would be holding up if you hadn't tied my hands. Except I assume you already have it since I was holding it. So.
And that's why I did what I did back then. To stop them from making more of us. I saw this coming.
Untie me, you son of a bitch, you sanctimonious shithead.
Are you going to try to kill me?
No. I'm gonna try to punch you. I'm not gonna try to kill you. I am probably gonna try to hit you. At least once.
He looks at you for a second and says, I I'm sorry. I don't think the time is right to untie you.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. I promise I won't hit you. Bitch. Since when have you been afraid of me hitting you?
I'm concerned about the fallout that an altercation between the two of us would have and the attention it would draw. I see you haven't changed.
That's the fucking point. That's the flaw in our system. When'd you get a beard, by the way? Looks good, dude.
At one point, I was seen. I made a ill-conceived attempt to stop their work. It did not go well. His hand sort of like unconsciously drifts to like his torso as he's talking in like a gesture that you are familiar with. It's sort of like a phantom pain. It's sort of like remembering something that should have been a death wound that you healed from. But he shakes his head and he says, the beard helps me go unnoticed. And that was when I realized that I couldn't do this alone. I couldn't stop them by myself. But I knew that there were others out there. I knew that somewhere my brothers were still out there.
Untie me. I'm not gonna fight you. I too am concerned about the potential fallout of an altercation between the two of us. I got nothing to gain by Crucible finding me either.
I think you might leave, Jaxper. And I can't let that happen.
So fucking find
yet.
me. So fucking find me again. Jesus Christ. You have my local address.
We are running out of time. They've done it. It's not a question of when they will do it anymore. They've done it. They have the process. They're making more of us. We don't have time for this. And I don't have time for you to go back to that crew that you've been wasting your time with and make me hunt you down again all over the system. If we're going to do something, we have to now. It's time to stop playing pretend, Jaxper.
The crew that I have been wasting my time with are extremely useful potential tools in your attempt to overthrow Crucible and Stedman Jang. These are people who are used to defying authority, people who are used to operating undercover, and people who are used to fighting things like me. They've seen me fight, and if they haven't figured out how to take me out by now, I'd be very surprised. You don't go into a combat like this without ammunition. If you want ammunition, I've figured out how to get some. Or you can keep on insulting me and pretending like I don't have skin in this game too. Because that doesn't seem like a great way to motivate your brother to fight alongside you in your crusade for revenge.
I think perhaps we should revisit this.
If you put that thing back on my forehead, I swear to God, I will strike you next time. You son of a bitch!
So you drop back into unconsciousness. Yeah, we are gonna jump back over to the space Airbnb that is currently being occupied by the other crew of the Nephilim, where we see Karis's broken, bloody face laying there on the floor with Ellis and Maeve, Maeve sort of like frantically trying to attend to him, and Ellis just sort of standing by and it's sort of dumbfounded, just sort of unsure of what to do, since Ellis was the one who actually witnessed it happen. And we, from that scene, we smash cut to black and then pick back up outside of, actually right inside of Dr. Bouchard's clinic, where you had recently just acquired him. There is, as we established, a very, very small sort of sitting area out front. This building this office is very bare bones. Like there's not obviously a like window with a receptionist behind it or anything like that. It's basically just a sort of concrete box of a room. There are a couple of chairs scattered around in there, and then there is a door, that a heavy metal sort of sealed door that leads back into the rest of the clinic, that says on it, painted in sort of spray painted in sort of blocky black letters, clearly from a stencil, clinic personnel only. And Maeve and Ellis are just sort of sitting in these chairs, or maybe not sitting. Maybe you don't feel comfortable sitting at the moment, given what has just taken place. But the two of you are in this room. Go to.
Remind me again, who's the hacker that we contacted before the Crucible job?
That would be Morse. Morse was the local hacker. Yes.
Okay. I think Alice would probably be mined towards that, given we did walk in on Karis like hooked up and then collapsing, or at least Ellis did. Maeve came in afterwards. So yeah, definitely not sitting, probably pacing, contemplating going to talk to Morse. But have we heard, I guess again, another like precept for the scene, like, has the doc told us anything, or have we like literally just dropped Karis off and they're back doing stuff?
You've been waiting here for about 50 minutes, but you haven't heard any updates. Basically, you showed up, Dr. Bouchard like saw it was you, took one look at Karis, I assume who was like supported between the two of you, and then basically just took him straight back, didn't ask any questions, didn't engage in any conversation with you. And yeah, you've kind of just been waiting since then. There's like a small sort of drip of like condensation in the corner of the room, but other than that, it's just this prevailing silence. How's Maeve's mental state? She was not doing great at the end of the last
I think
session.
the answer is she's still not doing great.
Okay.
Perhaps an ETL of sorts.
So I think it's to the point where like she probably still has like blood on her from trying to help Karis that she's just like not addressing at all.
Yeah, I don't think Alice would have cleaned up either. Like both of us are definitely like covered in whatever was at the scene.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even if it was just like from like nosebleed levels, nothing bleeds like a
broken nose,
a head wound. Yeah. So
like a mind hack. Yeah, you're right. Nothing bleeds like a brain bleed out of your nose.
I thought he like pretty much straight up like smashed his face.
He did.
Oh yeah.
He basically just walked over to the wall and just slammed it in like 4 times before Ellis could get to him.
Cool.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he was bleeding profusely.
He sure was.
So yeah, Maeve is probably like almost like curled up in one of the chairs, and just sort of like worrying at her hands and just like staring off into space, not saying anything. Until eventually she might finally try to ask Ellis what happened.
I don't know as much as you do. As far as I can tell, he caught something on the net. I mean, I don't know how any of that works, but
Well, so
there's
what you saw basically was you walked into the room and Karis was seated cross-legged on like the couch.
oh, was he not hooked up? I thought he was hooked up to a terminal.
No, he
Oh,
has
okay.
like a virtual interface, so he was just sort of sitting cross-legged and like meditating. And then as Ellis walked in, he stood up, turned to start to talk to you, and as he opened his mouth, pivoted, slammed his head into the wall.
Yeah, so I'll repeat that. Of like, I have no idea. It doesn't seem in character for Karis. He's not a erratic type. I don't know. Anything? I mean, you're the only one I think who's got any kind of medical history on any of us. Anything to indicate psychotic break or schizophrenia or? This is all self-inflicted.
But he never really gave us much history at all when he joined. You're telling me he did that to himself?
Oh yeah, and more than once, which is, not something a sane man does, or at least not someone who's not impacted by something. Again, I don't know what he and Jacksburg have been up to. They both seem to be full of secrets, I might say. Speaking of, have you heard anything from our angry friend?
No.
Yeah, man.
No response, and she'll double check whatever form of communication it is they're using, but still nothing.
What are you waiting for as far as this is concerned? Can you remind me? Jax.
She kept sending messages to Jacksburg.
Jacksburg, like 100 messages.
Right.
Is what we've established now.
Yes.
Because we also figured out that.
Would the read receipts have come back since Jacksburg was now conscious enough to look at them?
That's a good
Do you
question.
have your iPhone set up for read receipts? Jacksburg?
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say you didn't actually even have a chance to do that before Elliot knocked you back unconscious.
Okay.
Because you were very focused on like the conversation you were having link to link with him.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That whole conversation probably only lasted like 30 seconds.
It was not
real
very
time,
long.
So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think Ellis is gonna, like, much as he doesn't want to leave Maeve alone at any time, like, there's too many wheels in motion right now, and we need more answers fast before, I don't know, someone rolls up on us with a gun and decides to shoot me to death in front of me. So,
and then Maeve's origin story to villain would be complete.
Exactly.
They're all dead.
Maeve will be the final big bad of this game, obviously.
Wait, Maeve's not already the big bad evil guy? I thought we established that. Episode 1. This has all just been working up.
Right.
Anyway,
we
tried to establish the reason why none of you will try to stop me when I turn evil.
Exactly.
This is actually just the pre-campaign.
Right.
Yeah.
This is all prequel.
Yeah.
Up till now.
Yeah.
This will all be handled in a short text.
Right.
Over in the first 10 seconds of the film adaptation.
Yeah. Exactly. The scroll.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm gonna chase down because I had gotten some word on something going on with Jax potentially, but also the last person we knew of who had because honestly it doesn't make sense for me to affiliate any of that with Morse.
Yeah, I mean there is that.
I don't know who to ask about Karis.
That is fair.
Like if
here's what I'm gonna say. The door slides open.
Okay.
Right as your handheld goes off, Ellis. So Dr. Bouchard steps out. He's cleaning his hands. He's still basically wearing pajamas. Oh, who did we lose? Did we lose Raph?
Yeah. We lost Raph. Yeah.
Okay, they're back. They're back. I'm just waiting to see. Yep. Okay, everybody's back in their correct spot. Hey, Raph, you good?
Yeah. Discord said, start talking or get out.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, cool. So, yeah, you, so your handheld goes off, Ellis, and Dr. Bouchard steps out. He's wearing like pajama bottoms, very like simple cotton, because you woke him up in the middle of the night once again.
Oh, okay. I was like, what a strange uniform.
No. He's still just sort of clearly dressed for sleep, although he did put on his coat over that, his doctor's coat. And he's sort of just cleaning his hands on a towel as he steps out through the door. And Ellis, your handheld goes off at the same moment. Are you gonna
for a phone call?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'll step away and take the call because Maeve's here to talk to the doctor, I guess.
Cool.
And Maeve will ask how he is.
Yeah.
What's happening.
He also knows more than Ellis does about all this shit.
Right. Yeah. So Dr. Bouchard turns to Maeve and says he is going to be okay. He did not do any permanent harm to himself, I don't believe. At least nothing that I can't take care of. There may be some slight disfiguration, but somewhere with a more robust facility could handle any of the cosmetic changes. But can you tell me what happened?
Ellis is the one who saw it. He said he slammed his face into a wall.
Does your friend have a history of self-harm, or?
I mean, we've only known him for like a year. Not in that time.
I see. I can treat him. I can fix him. I can make sure that he is back to full health, but I can't guarantee it won't happen again without more information about the cause. If this is a psychotic issue, if something has happened to your friend's mind, then he may end up right back here as soon as I discharge him.
I mean,
God forbid this happens again while you are on your ship.
Your guess is as good as mine. Is he awake?
No, and he will not be for some time. He needs to rest.
How long do you think it's going to be before he can move? We weren't really planning on staying here for long after everything that happened.
I can't say. I believe that thanks to what I have done, he will wake up. I just don't know when it will happen. But had you not brought him here, I don't know where this coma would have led.
Right. Then I guess we'll leave him with you for now, but let us know when he wakes up.
Of course, I will. Miss Delaney, one more thing. I want you to know that I want you to rest assured that despite our working relationship, such as it was, your friend is safe in my care. I'll do everything that I can to make sure that he gets better.
Okay.
Okay.
Not exactly like we have a lot of other options, but to trust you right now, so.
This is why I am here. And he will go back. He will go back into his back through the door, which seals once again behind him. as he does so. Okay, cool. Ellis, you step outside to take this call on your handheld. Somebody on the other line says, yeah, is this Ellis Maldonado? Or you might have used an alias. When you talk to the milkshake repairman, do you use an alias?
I don't think I gave him a name.
You give him a name? You did exchange contact information with him, but I guess...
we did. Yeah, so he probably got Elvis.
Elvis, okay. Is this Elvis?
Manello.
Is this Elvis Manello?
Might be.
Look, we met the other night. I was fixing the milkshake machine.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, you remember me. That's what I do.
I do, yeah.
Yeah. So, listen,
Yeah.
I didn't see much like we talked about, but you asked me to keep an ear out, and I think I know somebody who might have seen something.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. They're one of the local mechanics. Might have had dealings with them. I don't know. Yeah, especially if you were looking to get your ship fixed. I think you mentioned, but yeah.
Man knows too much about me already. He must be killed. I didn't mention any of these things.
No, it's okay.
Where's his research coming from?
He thinks Elvis Manillo is getting his ship repaired. It's okay. Nobody could ever connect those dots that Elvis Manillo and Ellis Maldonado could be the same person.
There's no way.
No, he says, yeah, look, she said she's willing to talk to you, so all right. I can put you in contact if you want.
I would appreciate that greatly.
Okay, yeah. I actually, oh, this is awkward. I actually don't have like a number, nothing for you, but you go by her shop tomorrow. I'm sure she'll be able to help you out.
Wait, is she like unlisted? I can't look that up in the yellow pages, or?
Oh, I guess that's a good point. I guess you could.
I mean, I mean to presume. I just figure if she's running a for-profit business, she might have contact information available.
Oh yeah, maybe you could check Angie's list. I guess I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mars Angie, Mangie.
Oh yeah, no, sorry. Angie's over on 8th Street. She has a list.
Oh, she's got like a list of all the local mechanics that she keeps. Oh,
yep.
That's good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe try that. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that sounds all right. All right.
Okay.
You got a name?
Yeah.
Mechanic that I should be looking at?
Her name is Lucy. Lucy Callahan.
Lucy Callahan. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Go have a chat with Lucy Callahan. I appreciate it, sir. And keep the milkshake flowing, as you might say. I don't know what you say in your business. I don't know. There's a tagline or.
We in the business we say keep on milking.
That's worse. That's worse than the thing I said. Well, so you have a pleasant day.
It's honest work. All right. Yep. So you hang up. And I guess that's right around the time that Maeve probably walks out of the clinic, right as you are.
Yeah, as Ellis is staring down, looking at his phone that is just recently hung up. Keep on milking.
Yep.
Hey, so the doc says Karis is still not conscious, but thinks things will be okay at some point.
Okay, as in like physically all right? Because we still don't know what precipitated that little episode.
Yeah, he can't tell either. So just dealing with a whole bunch of unknowns, I guess, at the moment.
Yeah, we lost one, and the other one kind of lost himself. Use some answers and leave some time to figure things out. Well, listen, a lead just came in that we might want to talk to Lucy Callahan. Sounds like somebody we might already know.
What is she? What?
Apparently a mechanic.
And they think she'd know
apparently
something?
someone, sounds like she might have seen Jaxper, or at least the folks what took them, according to my information, from a milkshake professional. Yeah, that's my face too. I don't know. Anyway,
strange methods, Ellis.
That is what they say. Anyway, could you milkshake artist? Yes, correct. I think my recommend. What time is it? It's still like
I'm
Middle
gonna
of the night sort of thing?
I'm gonna say it's actually getting close to, despite what your milkshake repair friend said on the phone, I think it's actually pretty well into tomorrow.
So like 9, 10 a.m.
It's getting close to sunrise, I think. Yeah, so we'll say like
24-hour
6
milkshake
a.m.
shop.
Yeah, I mean, well, he was just
I was gonna say like
he was just fixing the
it's-
machine,
it's-
you know.
I think it's diner time. Is that I think it's time for
Could be.
Maeve and Ellis to go have a
Like
seat.
this?
Yeah, like that. You're gonna be fine. Do you think you'll be the strangest person
Rem-
dressed at a diner at 6 a.m.? Maeve, I know
Covered
that
in
you ain't been to a
blood?
lot of. Yeah.
Wait,
I mean, again, in and out of universe.
Ellis,
Have you ever been to a Denny's?
It's a Denny's, not a Walmart.
Right. Exactly.
It's a Walmart, not a Waffle House.
Exactly. Say we'll
If it was
probably
a
have.
Waffle House, it would be fine.
We would have too little blood on us for a Waffle
Yeah,
House.
they're not gonna let
Like,
you in. They're
This
gonna.
is the appropriate amount of blood for a Denny's. I don't know.
We'd be
If you don't
underdressed.
bring your own, they'll give you some. It's a great place. Delaware, classic Delaware hospital.
If you look like you
Really.
haven't been in a fight, you'll get in one. Just yeah, come on.
That's the
I've only
Waffle
been
House
to a Waffle
guarantee.
House once, so I believe everything that's being said right now.
Yeah, but you've been on
They're
TikTok.
wonderful places, but also
Okay, cool. So
wonderful places.
yeah, you can absolutely find a little spot that's still or that is starting to serve
Yeah.
food.
Well, because
nothing
also
special.
we're not like physically, literally like neck to waist covered in blood. We
No.
have some of Karis's blood on
Yes,
us. So
yeah.
like, yeah,
Not like you were when you shotgunned that unconscious man to death.
correct.
You were- You were covered in blood.
William,
Then.
William, you're putting that in some interesting perspective because that man threw a 3-ton door at my friend.
You did.
Just saying.
You did.
Uh-huh.
Just saying,
Yeah.
Maeve didn't see that part of the fight.
No, and that's fine.
All I said was that you
It's
had a
fine.
Full
lot more.
context.
All I
This
said
is
was that you had a
fine.
lot more blood on you after that.
Yes, and viscera.
Yes. So yeah, you can
Maeve is
absolutely.
having a great 24 hours, guys.
Now that's
This
a
has
Waffle
just
House
been-
outfit.
Well,
That's-
that is that is compounded with the fact that you have now pretty much been up for at least 24 straight hours between like pulling off the job, going to Hayworth's,
Yep.
figuring out what you were going to do, meeting with Bouchard.
Yeah, I think Karis is the only one who got any sleep. Because Karis passed out in the truck.
Yep.
Yeah.
Everybody else has pretty much been up straight. So you find a little
Well, and
place.
Jack.
Yeah.
Jackson's not done.
Well, yeah. You find a little place that's like basically just an open air structure. Like there's basically no front wall, but there are like chairs and tables. They're mismatched, of course. Nothing here is uniform. And you can order from a little kiosk on the wall. And then basically just like a little hatch opens in the counter. And somebody just like pushes some food out at you and yells out in a gruff voice, order up. Sounds a lot like the milkshake repairman, but like you can't see if it's him. So
That's his sister.
could be. So
We'll take seats and push the on table button that just says coffee
yeah.
and is like already worn out.
So yeah, it basically just like comes sliding out of the wall, and you can start eating and sipping. Do you have any like? Are you trying to discuss anything, make any plans, or are you basically just trying to kill time until you can get to Lucy's?
I'm attempting to put calories inside of Maeve
Sure.
Delaney so that she doesn't have an absolute episode today.
Okay, fair.
That is Ellis's perspective at this point.
Okay.
Is we've had like 16 things go 18 directions in the past 24 hours, and I don't think Maeve has had a meal in maybe 36. So
That is very
time for
true.
Maeve Delaney to get a nice big blueberry pancake
Mhm.
and do whatever she needs to do. Meanwhile, Ellis is going to order all of the hash browns in the restaurant.
Okay, all right. Okay,
Not a lot. Literally
Right.
all of them.
Yes.
I don't think you heard me right, son. I said all
all
the
of
hash
the
browns.
hash browns. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you get your food. It's diner food, 100%. And Maeve, you actually start to feel a little bit better, maybe, as you eat this mediocre blueberry pancake.
Imagine
Box
like
pancake.
Mars diner food. Is it all like started as like freeze dried
Oh,
ingredients that they've been like
100%. Yes.
Those
reconstitute.
are freeze-dried
basically.
blueberries
Yes.
in cupcake mix
Yes.
that powdered maple syrup has been sprinkled over top of, and then someone just squirts it with a little rehydrator.
Yeah. So since Ellis's goal is just to kind of like let Maeve rest for a second, I'm going to say that, you know, you basically just sort of like pass the time in relative silence. I think at a certain point, like towards the end of the meal, Maeve's head just kind of starts to like nod forward onto her chest a little bit. Like you finished eating, you're basically just waiting for a little bit more time to pass. Maeve's head sort of dips forward, her chin like touches her chest, and she almost starts to snore before you like realize that it's time to go.
Yeah, so we're gonna hit back to the crash pad.
Okay.
And I'm going to do my best to escort Sleepy Maeve to her room away from the blood-splattered brick wall as quickly as possible, and let her get some rest while Ellis cleans up blood for the who knows how many time in his life.
Maeve, are you actually going to rest? Because there's a chance that Ellis will go to talk to Lucy without you at that point.
I think actually what happens is she gets to her room and like catches sight of herself in the mirror and suddenly freaks out, remembering she's still covered in blood, and actually goes to clean that off.
Okay. All right. By the time you get out of your shower, which is, you know, lukewarm and terrible, but better than on the spaceship, actually. You get out of there, and you see Ellis is sort of like finishing the cleaning and is belting on the various things that he carries around with him. Looks like he's getting ready to head out.
Finishing off my second wall coffee.
Yeah.
That I just shoot like hard vodka.
Right, exactly. Are you trying to go along, Maeve?
Yeah, I think I'm going to say to her, I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to go talk to Lucy Callahan, which I don't expect to be a problem. I'm not going to do anything interesting. I'm not going to do anything wild. I'm going to go have a chat. I think you should get a couple hours sleep if you can, but keep your communicator on and loud just in case one of the three of us pops back up. What you think? This isn't sidelining you. I'm just saying, I know I can run about 36-48 without sleep. I don't know how well you do. It's already been, what, over 24?
I'm tired of you guys leaving me on the sidelines while you go off and do stuff and then not actually tell me everything after. So I'm coming, Ellis.
All right. I was throwing out the suggestion that you might get a couple hours sleep, but frankly, you're right. And you're more of an asset with me than you are here. I just want to make sure you're not pushing yourself past your limits. And we haven't figured out what those are yet. Suppose not.
Good. Family.
Garbage coffee? Like ants, Maeve. You're up in a like fucking paper cup.
Okay, you head out in the direction that the milkshake man gave you. Walking.
Milkshake man.
The milkshake man.
Milkshake man.
You know. It looks like we got a donation, but for some reason the alert didn't go off.
Oh no.
Yeah, anyway, thank you for whoever donated. I just noticed the tracker updated, so I'm sorry we didn't get a notification.
It was me. It's okay.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks, Della.
Thank you, Della.
Still would have been nice for the thing to happen, but that's cool.
I wanted to see if it would.
I know. I don't know what's going on. I mean, the thing's double posting. That's not happening. Earlier the thing didn't work for Dan, the wholesome thing, so I fixed that.
Yeah, it didn't kick off.
You know what it is it's the machines being really mad at how the Nano Bros are being treated right now.
Good point. Yeah, we really need to
I would
consider.
prefer if Twitch and Discord would just keep on milking, please. You gotta
just keep on milking.
Keep on milking.
Yep.
No.
Yep. Hey, cool.
Yep.
So yeah, you.
That's the proper phrasing.
Well, hey, phrasing alert worked. So.
Well, so I refreshed everything and I refreshed the alert box. So hopefully that should be fixed now. But anyway, so yeah, you You and Maeve make your way through the early morning streets of Independence, over closer to the docks, actually, closer to where you were the other day, when you pulled off your heist. And you've talked to that one mechanic who lived in this like neighborhood near where you've been staying and near the Parrot Head and everything like that. But this is a little bit closer to the docks, and it seems generally to be a smaller operation, much more of like a one-person operation. Raph, is there a sign on this shop or anything like that?
No, I'd say that there's not a sign. It's just kind of like, if you know, you know. If you don't, that's not my problem, you know.
Yep. Okay, cool.
Proactive business modeling.
Yeah, exactly. So it matches the address that you were given. And I think probably the door is open, I'm going to say, probably, to sort of be welcoming to business. Inside is basically, I imagine, just, well, Raph, would you like to describe it? What does it look like inside as they step in? And who do they see?
I would say that Alice probably doesn't step into a darkened room. They step before.
I don't think it's
in the entryway and a rapping on the door.
Yeah.
It's not darkened. It's the door. The door is open. There's some like hanging or like there's some like warm light. Nothing too bright. But it's still it has definitely like a dingy feel to it. It looks dirty, and you're not sure if that's because it's just not well cleaned or if it's just all these rusty old parts scrapping on the walls.
Just fucking grip it and rip it, baby. Slop that down, dude. Yeah, dude. Crack one for the big boy.
We got a donation and the alert worked. So thanks, Joe Gates.
Nice.
I guess it just needed to be refreshed.
Joe Gates.
Oh, thanks, Joe.
I appreciate it. If you could just go back a second, Raph. The alert tends to drown things out.
Mechanisms.
Little like mechanisms ticking and turning, and then just kind of like breaking and then refixing and going back. Just a bunch of little like bits and bobs everywhere. Things like hanging from the ceiling. It almost looks like a weird den. But you kind of get the vibe that if you're in the know, this is kind of the person to go to get things fixed. Like
kind of like art collective mechanic shop too.
Yeah, like they're not flashy, but it's not flashy at all. But that's kind of part of the appeal, you know.
I think
Alice
Maeve
has
visibly relaxes as she like walks into here and like takes it all in. It's like, yes, this feels right. It feels good.
Alice is alarmed by the number of ticking clocks.
Yeah. A little unsettling.
I think in the corner too, you'd see a lady. She's got like one of those big like protector mask things on.
Welder's mask.
Yes, thank you. Welder's masks. And she's kind of like banging on something nondescript. She has two big goggles on her head, two short kind of stiff almost braids. She's got really baggy clothes on, like a baggy long sleeve shirt, baggy overalls, and two leather gloves just like tight on her hands, and she kind of just like smashes in. She's kind of drilled. She's in the zone right now.
Yeah, knock louder, I guess. Callahan.
Watkins only really today, but what can I do? And she kind of stops. You see her lift her helmet. She's all dusty and oiled. And she drops her hammer and she runs up to Maeve and grabs her and says,
"Whoa, all right, hold on.
Maeve Delaney? Orson and Cass Delaney?
Do you two know each other?"
I don't. Do we know each other?
Oh my god, it's been years. Yeah, I mean, you probably don't recognize me. You were just a little girl, but your parents, I worked with them back in the day. That, you know, part of their crew being ruffians and whatnot. It was a time for sure, and I'm so happy to see you. Actually, Please come in. Sorry, I know that may have been like a little bit of a shock. It's just been so long since I've seen a familiar face, honestly.
Alice's hand like drifts away from his hip, like, alright, never mind.
What can I do for you?
I'm gonna close
like
the
a
door
microwave
behind
or
us.
something to fix? Or hovercrafts? I don't know how much to do these days.
I think this is a door that Ellis has to like slide into place, but you can do it.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Like,
actually, we heard that you might have.
I spoke to a milkman that says you might have information regarding the disappearance of one of our crew members.
Oh, the milkshake man. Yeah. He's great.
Keep
He's
on
a great guy.
milking.
Keep on milking. That's what I say.
Sure. Anyway, so the other night we were after we had gotten done with the job, one of our fellows got grabbed by apparently a single person, and I've been trying to track down who, what, and where.
And who are you exactly?
Oh, I'm Ellis Maldonado.
He's been on crew with me since I left Mars, since I left my mom and dad's. She wouldn't say mom and dad. She would absolutely say ma and pa. But anyway.
Yeah.
So you're good. I don't have to, deal with this man or anything like that.
Oh, no.
What?
No.
Okay, I'm just saying, your parents actually, give me a ring. Let me know that you're heading into Independence, told me to keep an eye on you, but it's hard to find people when there's you live in a lawless land, so.
Yeah. True. We've also tried to keep a low profile, so.
Yeah, they know Ellis. We've stopped
smart.
by and they've met him over the years. They can tell you he's probably fine.
I am. Yep. Anyway, the Delaney's certainly know me and have a less than non-negative opinion.
Not need to take care of you themselves.
That's right.
After all these years, so
just wanted to make sure. That's fine. But you asked about your friend. Yeah. I saw something the other night. Honestly, weird shit happens here all the time. I kind of just didn't even think about it, but Milkman brought it up. Some sort of hooded figure or something. Had something over his shoulder. Looked like a big dude. I was honestly pretty impressed with the strength, but
that's what we thought it might have stuck to some people. Yeah. Single person carrying an entire other man is
but I don't like to involve myself in that sort of situation, so
sure.
But yeah, I saw him walking down to the warehouses near the docks, probably close by to here actually.
Well, that's good information. I mean, that's not too far from where we were, and that makes sense. You wouldn't want to go traipsing all across town. All right, well. We could probably use a spot of rest, and it looks like you two have something to catch up on, but appreciate the information. I guess Alice is gonna try and tip. Alice buys information. Alice is not used to friends. Alice is no, obviously, and you get a $50 bill.
Maeve is the one who gets information just out of the goodness of people's hearts.
Exactly. Ellis is used to everyone hating him, so all information is paid for.
I think Lucy would kind of push your hand away and say, no, that please, a friend of the Delaney's is a friend of mine.
All right.
You two don't plan on going after that big dude by yourself now, right? I mean.
Oh yeah, most certainly. Yeah, probably.
I mean, unfortunately, our other crew member is kind of laid up at the moment, so yeah, it's kind of just us right now.
Yeah, down from 2 to 4 at the moment. At least until we can get the one who was unconscious slung across the shoulder back. And he kind of counts as 2 anyway, so then that makes us 3 out of 5, which might put us at better odds. Anyway, the math's kind of terrible, no matter how you slice it.
Yeah, your odds right now are pretty dim and pretty grim.
Always have been.
And honestly, I don't know. Maybe I don't know if I feel really comfortable leaving you, putting you up on such a dangerous job. I mean, I'm assuming the person you're looking for is important, but is it worth going just risking everything? I mean, listen. As you kind of takes off her welding mask and puts it away and starts like rummaging for stuff and says, how about this? How about, I know the area pretty well. And after I left the crew, the Delaney crew, I did a little bit of sneaking here and there. I did some, it weighs a little bit on my conscience, but I've been able to pick up a few skills, let's just say. And I don't know, maybe I could put these skills to work for you guys just to keep maybe safe. I don't want anything to happen to her right after I saw you again.
That's real kind of you, but you've got a shop to run. We can't ask you to come.
Also, there's no money in this one.
Let's be. No. Please, it would be my pleasure. It would make me feel a lot better, and I can then at least tell you folks I did something to help you.
I mean, I'm not gonna say no to more hands, but just so you know, we're not gonna be making any money off this one. This is just a strictly rescue job. So, and you don't even know Jax.
But I know maybe, and I know Cass and Orphan. So, how about this? I don't need any money from you. The shop pays for what the shop pays for. It's fine. But if you guys are ever heading back to Nephilim Range, that would be actually, I wouldn't mind an escort. It's been a while since I've been back, and you'd think you'd go visit more often since we're on the same planet, but the years kind of catch up on you. And it'd be nice to to rendezvous. So,
I mean,
sure.
You guys end up going
to go there next whenever we get
that's where our
crew members.
Yeah.
Okay, that's payment enough for me, honestly.
Fair enough. Happy to pay transit and keep you company.
Okay, let me just grab my stuff and.
I do want to make sure that we don't know this person who grabbed our guy, so this might get messy. Just so you're aware how this might go down. Our plan
What definition of messy are we using this time, Alice?
I don't know, Maeve. Things have gotten weird on Mars, all right?
Well,
a man threw a door.
A door? Like,
yeah, like one of them sliding steel doors that locks off one half of a ship of the other from a hard vacuum. Them like 3-ton motherfuckers. Yeah, I watched a guy throw one at my friend.
And that's the guy you guys are hunting down?
No, that's a different guy. We killed that guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that no. But
right.
I mean, messy.
It's been a weird week here.
It's been strange.
Maybe not this level that we want to tell my parents right this moment. Maybe let me be the one to update them on what I've gotten up to at Independence. So
absolutely, don't you worry. Yeah. I'm not a rat. I'm not a tattletale. Not nothing like that. I just want to let them know that you're safe with me, and to keep it that way. But yeah, Messy's okay. Right. I don't like to get my hands dirty for sure, but
sure.
But
seems a strange thought for your line of work. Seems like you do a lot of getting your hands dirty. Keep it
almost
smoking.
As funny as
anyway,
man. Honestly,
it's not funny. It's alarming and strange. Anyway,
so you wanna.
Yeah.
What time of day is it? Is it early? It's early morning.
It's very early morning still, yeah.
So like 8 a.m.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not a bad time to do this thing if Lucy's good to go, just because the more hours we wait, I mean, they already moved Jaxper to a second location.
You never want to go to the second location.
That's true.
That's not good.
Does everyone remember what color Jaxper's shoes were?
No. Jason! Chase.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Well, let me just grab my stuff and. Oh,
Jaxper's gone.
Jaxper's gone for real.
No.
Is this a thing? Is Discord actually kicking people because they're muted for too long?
Oh, Discord will lock you if you're muted for too long.
Oh, you know what? I probably have to turn that off in the server, don't I?
I don't know if you can.
I think it's a setting because well, maybe not. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's fine.
fine.
I'm
It's
back.
fine.
Okay. And there you are, back in your little spot. We're good. Okay.
Here I am, back in my old spot.
Here you are, back in your little spot. Cool. All right. Well, that's fine. We'll talk about that afterwards. Anyway,
Yep.
So yeah, it's really up to you guys what you want to do now. You sort of know the
I say we
location.
go for it.
This is interesting.
Like, I don't want
Shut
to,
up.
you know, if we're good to go and nobody feels like they're about to pass out, like, Ellis is fine, like, needs some days off, but again, we haven't tested Maeve's limits.
Maeve is probably not doing great, but she won't admit it to anybody.
Right. Obviously.
Also, thankfully, we're
I
not
think
going to be
it's kind of
expecting you to
hard tell,
hand-to-hand
is
fight
it not
anyone.
doing great because she hasn't gotten any sleep, or is she not doing great because she just witnessed basically everyone she's been living with for the past how many years just execute a man?
Do a big murder!
A huge murder.
I had no part in that. I was
You've
not
done
part.
your own murders.
I do my own murders nice and in quiet, secretly.
Grenades are not
Is that
quiet or
what I was going to
secret.
say, is that what they call grenades?
Nobody died.
Secret
It was
quiet.
a robot. It was fine.
Seems like the opposite
The
of a
only
grenade.
person who died there was me, and I got better.
I like that. I like the
It's
meta.
not a murder if you kill yourself with a grenade.
I like the meta narrative that's going on here. That Ellis has had this conversation so many times with Jaxper that he could just have it in
Yeah.
his head, even though
Right.
Jaxper's not actually there to participate. Man, what would Jaxper say if he was here right now? Well, probably something about.
Probably something about grenades
Yeah.
and his own quiet participation.
So, I guess before we go, I got coffee or something. If you guys want water, juice.
Oh, sweet Jesus, real coffee? Oh, thank
Straight.
the Lord.
Okay. Yeah, let me brew some up, and you can kind of catch me up on what's been going on.
Lucy might actually have like real coffee.
Oh yeah,
She
I got
gets,
the finest
she gets
stuff.
shipments from the Delaney's who they get it from their folks.
Yeah, exactly.
Both Ellis and Dan in
Shipments.
narrative.
Real coffee. Yeah. You can like sort of have a cup. Maybe Lucy, gets you some stories from like the glory days.
As usual, Ellis will let Maeve run her mouth as much as she wants. Because
Unchecked.
Maeve filling in new random characters who we've never met has become a standard line of the
Right.
faction. Who are you? We just met? Listen, let me tell you about all of the
Let
problems we
me.
have.
We are best friends now,
Hey,
and therefore there are
technically
no
we've met
secrets
before.
between us.
That's
Right.
true. Technically, you have met before.
Also, at least to our knowledge, Lucy has Delaney approval, which means that, it'll be fun.
Mm-hmm.
That's a
Go.
Delaney approved mechanic. Gold
I gotta
star.
stamp it. I gotta stamp on it. Yeah, I got a gold
Right.
star.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think I brew up some coffee and just kind of sit. I'll pull up like some squeaky little stools, maybe like an old box or something you guys can sit on.
Mhm.
So who is it that we're trying to rescue, save, recover his body? Don't want to get drastic, but just saying, it's Independence, it's Mars. Things get a little iffy.
I mean, the whole letting himself get kidnapped notwithstanding, Jaxper can normally take care of himself, so he's probably fine.
I mean, I've
but yeah,
seen the man get
Jasper.
shot by a ship's cannon and stand back up, so
He's pretty robust. So
unusually
yeah.
robust.
And you've tried like calling him or
Yeah, he
messaging
and they will
him?
like check again to see if there's any response or read receipts or
Did
anything.
send him a LinkedIn message and an email to his Yahoo,
Mhm.
so I'm sure he will be getting back shortly.
So
Yeah. So what
Okay.
is the game plan that y'all come up with? Are you waiting till
Well,
it's
we'll definitely
dark?
also- Yeah, we're definitely going to also show Lucy like any pics we have of like Jax shoveling food in his mouth at the local whatever. Like
Yeah.
this asshole. Yeah, I don't know, what intel does Lucy have? Like, do we know what warehouse we're going into, or is this like we're gonna wander around the docks, snooping and sneaking and trying to find something?
What warehouse is it? Do I know this?
You so it is not like because of the nature of independence, the warehouses are sort of owned and operated independently. It's not like this would it's not like this would really necessarily belong to any one corporation or anything like that. Like the warehouses are normally owned by someone but used for many different purposes.
Sure.
So you don't exactly
But do we know which one? Or
yes, you would know exactly which one. And we'll say it's like the fifth down on like Warehouse Row.
Good old Warehouse Row, number 5 is where you're gonna want to go.
Don't want to be there by yourself after dark, but Warehouse Row.
Yeah, I don't think Ellis has too complex a plan. I mean, I don't know Lucy's skill set. I do know Maeve's skill set to some extent.
It's mostly wrenching.
I don't know that one's better than keep milking. I don't think either of these are great. Mostly wrenching and just okay.
It's wrenching time.
Ellis's plan is fairly straightforward. Given that like Jax wasn't killed on site, and we know that Jax wasn't taken presumably by somebody who's like affiliated with Crucible, I'm like cop knock, like I want to have a chat. So, but I'm amenable to if Lucy's like, wow, I have plans.
I used to be wild back in the day. Well, I'll tell you a little bit about I can do some sneaking, some hacking, some I can get information if need be. But it might I mean I don't know about just walking in there and knocking on the door, but I mean if there's some way we can just kind of sneak in, kind of see what we're dealing with. I mean if your friend got stolen by some big dude that can carry him, I mean who's to say there's not a bunch of big dudes, right? I don't know.
Yeah, that's a fair point. All right. Well, do you think that you could?
Do we think maybe this guy might be like Jaxper? Should I be trying to make something that would work on Jaxper to take this guy out?
That seems like a sensible plan.
I mean, if you have something that can take out a guy like you've described, then I feel like you use that on anybody and you're good to go,
Would I be able to use the abundance of weird odds and ends in this shop to maybe get the final tick on my making EMP grenades before we go into this? Because I only need one more tick to have a grenade.
Yeah, if you are willing to spend some time on it, then yeah, I will say sure. The justification that I will use for hurriedly finishing up your personal project is that you have an extra set of hands now. You have
Lucy specializes in weird shit, it sounds like.
Yep.
Just anything that walks in.
Yeah. So I'll say you can do it. I think I'm probably going to want you to roll just to see exactly what the outcome is. Give me 1 second here. What do we got?
Calculating?
I mean, it probably will be calculating. I'm just trying to figure
That's because that's the, vaguely expertise skill, generic skill set trait. So
Exactly. Yeah, I think let's just go with calculating. Or actually, maybe it would be something specific to you because you can do
I mean, I have expertise in engineering, technology, and devices, so the whole technician factor.
Right. Okay.
I did already take the grenade intellect move. It's just the question of I had to actually build the thing, which we determined already was going to be a 3-tick personal project that I've been working on.
Makes total sense. Yeah, then I'm not going to make you roll. I'm just going to say that with Lucy there, you are able to fix up an EMP.
Yeah, anything you need, maybe just take it.
Yeah, there was
adding it to the sheet.
There was like a missing part of the formula that you kind of just couldn't wrap your head around because your background is not in weaponry. But Lucy obviously picked up a thing or two in her time as a pirate.
A thing or two.
A thing or two.
Lucy knows a thing or two about a thing or two.
A finger or two, you know.
Finger or two.
Independent contractor.
Right.
Yeah.
A pre-salvage expert.
Exactly. So yeah, between the two of you were able to get it up and running. And Maeve, now I think you know how to do it. So now you have that move, and if you'd like to use gear slots on that in the future, you can.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So you
Cool.
So you have that. And then I assume after that's done, I'm going to say that probably takes the better part of the morning. So right around afternoon, y'all are making your way down to the docks, it sounds like. And I imagine you're going to try to maybe like scope it out before you actually go in. But I could be wrong.
I believe that
about
is the plan. Yes.
Cool. Okay. Well, as you get close to it, so you hit Warehouse Row, and it's basically just a flat concrete section of the city for the base. If you had to guess, you would probably guess that this was maybe a runway originally, or like a landing pad for aircraft, not spaceships, but like aircraft. Yeah, so it is basically just a flat strip of concrete all the way around you, and there have been structures that have been erected here, that have been built up. They actually appear like, at some point, most of them were probably hangars that have since been repurposed. But there are like rows of them, true to the name. And yeah, as you reach that part of the city, it's a little uncomfortable just because it is so open. There's really like not like, unless you're going between the buildings, there's really not a lot of cover or places to hide or anything like that. You're kind of just out in the open. And I think you do pass a couple of vehicles, land vehicles, that are sort of like rolling in and out of some of these warehouses. Maybe one passes you on the way in that's leaving Warehouse Row, and then maybe like across the row from the side that number 5 would be on, you see like one of those big convoy trucks that's being loaded by some figures that, that you can't really make any details about them. They're kind of too far away. But yeah. So what
I think we're going to follow Lucy's lead.
Okay,
because
cool.
She not only knows the area, but is also the one who can scope it the most out, probably.
Yeah, can I guess I would know if there are other like entrances or something like that to these big warehouses. Usually I want to say no, but space, I don't know.
You might know that, but I'm going to need you to roll scope it out first.
Oh, okay.
So that's going to be with plus calculating. So 2d6 plus calculating.
Yeah. Where's the thing? There you go. 2d6 plus my calculating. Oh, good God.
Oh, that's great. Okay. That's a 12. So you get to ask like 3 questions.
You know everything about this warehouse.
Yeah.
You have done something in this warehouse before.
This warehouse was developed in the 3rd century.
Okay. Scope it out. All right. Well, obviously, number 1, where is my best way in? I think.
And just so you know, Raph, I know you haven't played the system before. You don't have to ask all of the questions up front.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that would be the one
Okay.
I would focus on
All right.
first. Then.
So, the best way in for you, would be, I think you know that there were, some tunnels under this airfield. There were, some tunnels that were under this airfield that were used, as part of the facilities, back in the days when this was a military installation.
Okay.
Yeah. Now they don't lead directly into each of the warehouses as they are nowadays, but they can get you closer, certainly, and yeah, they can definitely they can definitely get you closer to where you want to be without you having to walk there across the concrete.
Without just being like,
exactly.
What up?
Yeah. So you're not going to be able to pop up in it, but you can get closer for sure.
Okay. And then I guess I would probably ask this about the tunnels and the warehouses in general. What should I be on the lookout for, like security wise, or if there's some way to like hack them in?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What should you be on the lookout for?
International side for hack.
Yeah. I think you know that there is I think you know that there is a local smuggling operation that also uses those tunnels. So there is a chance that you could encounter some conflict in that regard if you want to go that route.
But we have no problems with smugglers. We've done smugglings.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure what I would ask for the third one yet.
You can always hold on to it if you want.
Yeah, I think I might.
Okay.
I would say, well, we got two options here. We can just walk on up, knock on the door, be like, hey, where's your friend, yada, yada, yada. Or there are some tunnels that can lead us close to where number 5 warehouse is. I will say there were some smugglers, they use it, how it is, to just kind of escort things in and out. It's the morning, so I don't know how likely it is that they'll be there, but it's been a while since I've been in those tunnels myself. So.
Tunnels are good. I mean, keep us off the street.
Okay.
What do you think, maybe? Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, anything that means we've got more time before they know we're coming is probably for the best.
Okay. Tunnels it
Our
is.
best chance is trying to get a drop on this guy, I think, in a head-to-head fight. If he's anything like Jaxper, I don't know how much collateral damage there would be to take him down.
Let's go. Tunnels it is. I think I would. I don't know if there's like a rock that it's like one of those like faux rocks or something nearby. But it's very convincing.
As like an entrance?
Yeah.
I actually think it's not gonna be quite so easy to access the tunnel system because it was basically a way to travel between the airfield and the main military installation, which is sort of this intersection of the City of Independence. So that's sort of the way that the smugglers and just sort of like the less than savory types tend to use that system. They basically use it to transport things from a warehouse, whichever one they tend to use, back out in such a way where they're not just doing it in the open and could be robbed themselves. It's a little bit easier to like defend their stake on the tunnel than it is to just deal with whoever might want to jump them for what they have. So you'd know that it is one specific organization that basically has a claim on those tunnels that you would be risking the attention and the ire of if you were to make use of them yourselves.
I'm risking the ire. Let's go.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you are going to actually have to travel. You're going to have to actually leave the warehouse row. You're actually going to have to head back into the city because basically the way that it is the center portion of Independence, which was that main military installation, does have a high defensive wall.
Yeah, just fucking grip it and rip it, baby. Slop that down, dude. Shit, yeah, dude. Crack one for the big boy.
Thank you so much for your donation. A secret tunnel ! Exclamation point.
Secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel that
It
has Andy energy, but I don't know if it is. If it is you, thank you. If it's not, thank you.
Thank you.
But anyway, yeah. So you make your way back into Independence proper. It's busier this time of day. More people are out and about. And as you reach that sort of center portion, it's not like this is closed off. It's not like this is sort of like some inner sanctum where you have to have clearance or something to go, because it is just not that formal. of a place. It's basically just these like big, heavy metal doors that can be shut or opened, and they're pretty much always opened these days. In fact, they're open so often that they have rusted, they have corroded, and just generally you're not even sure they could swing closed if anyone were to try it. But yeah, basically you can just walk right on in. There are people trickling in and out. Generally speaking, the only difference between the like sort of intersection of Independence and the outer section of Independence, where you all have been hanging out, is the intersection is costlier. It's nicer. You just have to have more means to live there. Even in a city like Independence, hierarchies still sort of rear their ugly head. But yeah, you are able to make your way in, and I think the origin point of the tunnel system is, generally speaking, a secret. But I do think in this circumstance, Lucy happens to know where it is, although maybe you've never risked it before. It is basically just like pressed right up against the intersection of one of the walls that is gated off, and the abode that it is basically in sort of the within the property designation of is empty. Probably because it is maintained by the gang in question as like the front, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, nobody lives here. It's kind of generally known not to be here, but Lucy does know that this is actually also the origin point.
Okay. So, and there's no one like guarding it. It doesn't look like, or yes.
No, not out front or anything like that. Not as far as you can see.
Okay. Okay, I think Lucy at that point would just feign confidence and just draw it right up.
Okay. You can use your last hold if you want. Let me get back to the list because I think there's definitely one that would probably apply here. I may have misplaced that file though. Oh, 1 second. Here we go. Yeah, okay, cool. You could do what's my enemy's true position.
Okay. Yeah, I think that would.
Okay.
I don't know if I wanted to hold it out yet, but
well, you can use it if you want to. You don't have to. You could also just go in and sort of hope for the best.
I know that's okay. I'll trust you. And
okay.
It does seem a little sketch that secret tunnel is
unguarded.
Yeah,
it's weird.
Yeah. Okay. You can spend that hold, and I think as a result of that, I'm gonna let you know that it is actually pretty. Like at this point in time, they do tend to just sort of leave it unguarded, just because the reputation is such that they've never really had an issue with it, or at least haven't in a very long time. They kind of just rely on general local knowledge to like that people should stay the fuck away from this. Not to say they won't make an example of anyone who doesn't listen, but they don't feel the need to like post guards or like keep an eye on the place 24/7 or anything like that.
I knew that. I knew that. Okay. I say, yeah, we just gotta go through here. There's no one protecting it now, so now's a good time. And is there some sort of like code to get in, or like doors that?
No, so
it's inset into the wall. You said, right?
Well, no, it's pressed sort of up against the wall, like in the sense that it is the entrances. But basically, this is just sort of an open frame building. It is just basically like a square concrete block. It does have 2 levels. There's no glass in the windows. There's no door in the frame or anything like that. But yeah, you can basically just walk right through it. It's kind of just an empty shell of a place. There's no furniture or anything inside, obviously. And then leaving through the open frame of the back door, you do spot this like basically a sort of tarp that is colored the same sort of red of the dusty Martian soil that you all stand upon. And you know that basically if you move it aside, there is just an open manhole with a ladder that leads down into the tunnels.
Nice. Yeah, I just whip that off
okay.
very confidently and say, all right, everybody into the hole, let's go.
All right. Secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel.
You descend down the hand ladder into the tunnels. And as you do so, there are halogen light bulbs that have been set into the wall. They provide some light, so it's not completely pitch black as you are climbing down. And when you reach the bottom, which doesn't take a particularly long time, obviously they did not build this tunnel system too deep. You can see the tunnel stretching on before you with more of those same light bulbs sort of dangling from the top. It is not cramped by any means. You wouldn't be able to fit a car down here or anything, but it is a pretty good circumference, and you can all walk more or less comfortably.
Okay. Yeah, I think we do that.
Okay.
I don't know. I would I know like where to turn or like where the general position of warehouse 5 would be to get close enough?
Yeah, there are some branches, cool, but not until the end. This tunnel is basically a straight shot out to the airfield. It was made with only one purpose in mind. So when you reach the airfield, essentially, or the warehouse row, essentially, it's going to branch. And that's going to get a little bit tricky to figure out exactly which one you want to go to. But if you recall, they are all numbered.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right,
that
exactly.
One.
Yep. So you all start off down the tunnel, but it's going to be a little bit of a walk before you actually reach the point where it's going to branch out. And along the way, the tunnels are essentially just sort of very stuffy, very warm. It's kind of sweaty. Generally a little uncomfortable down here, but not too bad. Definitely not unbearable or anything like that. I assume you are kind of keeping your voices down, doing this in relative silence to avoid attracting any unwanted attention to yourselves.
You assume correctly.
Good.
Yeah.
Now that you've said that specifically.
Yeah.
That's true. I could.
No you guys conversations or catch-up.
Do you guys want to have any loud conversation?
Alice turns off the boombox and.
Very good. Yeah, you reach after a few minutes of walking, maybe about 40 to 50, you reach the junction of where everything starts to split off. Everything opens up into a larger room that has a fairly low ceiling, but is also pretty large. There are some clearly now defunct instruments aligning some of the walls, some like decommissioned junk that's laying around, trash. It's clearly not very well tended, but there is sort of just like a folding like card table with some chairs set up around it, currently empty. Yeah, you do see that the junctions are numbered. So that like the sub-tunnels that lead off from this area are numbered. As you enter though and notice that, you start to hear voices, several of them coming down one of the other tunnels. You aren't immediately positive which one they're coming from because the voices are all kind of echoing and booming all around you with the acoustics. What do you do?
So how far are we from our exit?
Basically, you from your exit, you are not very far. Like, you might be able to make it if you sprint. The problem is you don't know if the voices are coming from Junction 5 or from
okay. So we're at the, like, split.
Exactly, yeah. It's basically just a room, and then the tunnels all branch off from this room to the separate warehouses.
If we step into the hallway that goes towards number 5, would we be able to tell if they're in that one or if it's coming back from the bigger thing?
You probably would. Yeah. I mean, if you step in, you would know that, but you would run the risk of them maybe being in that tunnel, and we'd also have to see if you can do it fast enough because the voices are fast approaching.
I mean, I don't know if we set a trap for folks we don't know.
Sounds like it's wrenching time.
Jesus, sweet God, it should never be wrenching time. Alice is actually gonna scope it out.
Okay.
See if he can do anything from where he is at the moment. No, he cannot. Ellis is confused and lost in the underground tunnels.
He cannot. He is going to get an XP though, as a result of that.
Yep.
Which I think kind of makes sense, because it would kind of make sense for Ellis to be a little bit weird about being underground.
What's happening?
Yeah. You've spent pretty much all of your adult life in space.
Sure. So I'm going to defer to Lucy's expertise.
I think I would kind of in a hushed tone, like push everyone back against the wall and say, stay against the wall, count to 5, they go in order. And I think I would throw out a smoke grenade.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Very cool. That is what's going to go down. With your smoke grenade. Yeah, you have advantage.
Yeah.
Cool. So I will extend that to, I will extend that to Lucy, because Lucy specifically knows what she's doing in smoke. Ellis and Maeve.
Hold my hand if you get lost.
Yeah, you're going to be bumbling around a little bit more, but yeah, you can toss out a grenade that starts to smoke. And this in this case, I imagine it's probably just obscuring, right?
Yeah, it's not.
Okay.
It's not like gonna kill anyone.
Yeah,
It's just like a spooky scene.
Yeah, you immediately hear like some raised voices, some alarm as somebody's like, damn it, Jimothy, did you leave the hot plate on again?
Damn it, Jimothy.
And Jimothy's like, I'd swear I didn't. I checked and everything. So yeah, you throw that out, and I'm gonna need everybody to act quickly. Raph, you can do it with advantage.
Do I just roll twice at that? Like,
no, you roll 3d6 and you keep the 2 highest.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
yeah, is an interesting system.
Yeah.
Ellis knows what he's doing.
3d6.
Maeve does not know what she's doing. Oh no.
Take Lucy's hand, Maeve.
Oh, I didn't roll. Whoops. Okay.
Take her by the hand.
Yeah, take my hand.
Getting that sweet XP.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so that's 13.
Yeah,
okay.
13.
All right, 13 for Whomst. Sorry, Lucy got 13.
Yeah.
How did Maeve?
Alice got a 10. Maeve got a 4.
4.
Ooh, that's fun. That is very fun. Okay. So very fittingly, Lucy and Ellis.
Maeve hits herself in her confusion.
Yeah. Yeah, very fittingly, Lucy and Ellis, you are able to just sort of like stay low to the ground, and you just kind of like sort of haul ass across the room as silently as you can using the smoke as cover. Maeve, you try to follow suit, but about halfway across the room in the direction you think is the right one, you bump into something solid, and it makes a noise. It releases a breath that says, oof, and like immediately just kind of grabs you by the shoulders. Very fitting. So you feel these arms kind of grab you by the shoulders, and you hear somebody say, somebody with just some really unpleasant breath, just kind of say like right into your face, like, wait, who the fuck is this? And as the smoke starts to dissipate a little bit, Lucy and Ellis, I'm going to say from the mouth of Tunnel 5, you can kind of look back and you can see just like these 3 individuals standing around, one of whom just has like Maeve in his grip. They are just sort of like dirty looking men, not really distinguishable by their dress from anyone else in Independence, just kind of generally wearing functional clothing, kind of whatever they can find, odds and ends, but they are all armed. You can see that they do all have like varying types of pistols at their belts. Nothing crazy or anything like that, but they definitely are packing. One of them is like one of them is a much shorter, skinnier guy, about like Maeve, like maybe even a little bit shorter than Maeve, to be honest with you. And then there's like a big hulking man and sort of a mid-sized man. The mid-sized man is still very like muscular, and he's just sort of wearing a vest open over nothing. And he is the one who is grasping Maeve currently. Yeah.
I think at that point, Maeve screams, panics, and just like wallops him across the face.
Okay.
God
All right.
damn it. Okay. Well, hold on.
We're doing it. So that's going to be firefight. You're going to be trying to
I was
exchange.
thinking we were going to
violence
talk
for it.
our way out of this problem.
I mean, we could. You're the one who complains about me shooting everybody. So
I'm not shooting
Ellis
anybody.
So proud of you, Maeve. I'm unconscious. I'm far away and I'm unconscious, but I want you to know how proud I am.
So Ellis is going to trigger a hound move.
Okay.
Which is when a tense situation breaks down into violence, I go first.
You do go first. What would you like to do?
Oh, God. Okay. Because again, I'm not looking to necessarily, especially with Maeve literally in one of their arms, break down into a everyone dies situation. Instead, I'm going to pull the pistol, which has the capacity to stun someone, which would be great. And I am going to shoot the man holding Maeve.
Okay.
I'm going to firefight that gentleman.
You sure are.
Not in front of the child.
That's why it's going to be a stun. So that
to save her
hopefully-
from further scarring.
Exactly. This is not
Trauma.
shotgun to blow his head up like a cantaloupe. This is stunned. Alright, an 8.
8. Okay, cool.
And I get to choose one.
Yeah.
Wait, can I do that with the PS2? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna discharge it and do double the harm because I don't remember how stun works specifically.
Okay.
Um,
Interesting.
I think, or wait, do I want?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not positive stun does harm.
It doesn't?
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I'm
how
gonna
does
have to
stun
check.
work in the system? I haven't done it before.
Yeah.
I've just killed everyone.
Oh no.
Where are those things that would be under equipment?
It's like a weapon tag, right?
Yeah, it's definitely a weapon tag. There's the gear. There's weapons. Wouldn't be under modifications. Fun stuff.
There it is.
There it is. Okay.
Protect stun. If you deal the killing blow, you can choose to incapacitate instead of killing them.
Yeah.
So hold on, that's not gonna kill anybody with only 2. So instead, I am going to impress, dismay, or frighten my enemy.
Okay.
Unless you're willing to say, so the last tag is you're able to disengage and take a moment to cover. If I can give that disengage to Maeve, I would do that.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. You can give it to Maeve. You can give it to Maeve. So I think it's going to look the same regardless. I think probably what you do is you like fire your pistol and it like sort of like right across this guy's face, like right next to his face. Probably like cuts him.
I think it would still deal its harm. So maybe I just like scratch him.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like scratch him, and he basically like lets go immediately because he just got shot at. Which
it's also a gun in a tunnel.
Yes, exactly.
Shot a gun.
Yep. And Maeve gets a chance to. You can kind of like drop and roll away, or like run away, or whatever you need to do to disengage. So you are no longer held by this man, and he is going to turn around and. Draw, like he immediately goes for his gun to draw it, but one of his fellows is like a touch faster. The little guy's a touch faster, pulls out his pistol and fires back at Ellis on reflex, which means that Ellis, you are going to take 1 harm as well.
And I'm gonna tag my shields.
Okay.
And well, no, I don't need to do that yet. I can take it as stress. I take it as stress.
Okay, you take it as stress. So yeah, you get shot. But you get out of the way, like you are already ducking as he pulls out his gun, levels it at you. And
and basically does a shot to like everybody down the tunnel.
Right.
And like I'm like backing away down the tunnel.
Okay, gotcha. So you're yelling for everybody to run, essentially. Okay, all right, fair enough.
We're not here for a fight.
Yeah,
we don't give a shit about these people.
That is fair.
Yeah, I think instead of what I declared of like I was gonna like wallop him across the face with the wrench once it becomes like she's no longer being held.
Yes.
Instead, I think she is just sort of gonna like dart in the general direction that like now that she can see where Lucy and Ellis are, she's just gonna like book it.
Okay. They are gonna yell. The main guy, the guy with the vest open over his bare chest, is gonna yell after him, and they're all running. They're all running after you with their pistols out. Lucy, what do you do?
I wanted to kind of like rush Ellis and Maeve down the tunnel, and then as like we're kind of running, I want to use toxic and just like throw it behind us, and I want to do probably it incapacitates its target. Hopefully, I'm gonna say, okay, hold your breath. And say it's gonna be inhaled.
Okay.
And just like have like a little glass container, just like smash it as we're running.
Nice.
Behind us.
Okay.
Which is
so you're saying it's, you're saying it's inhaled. That makes sense.
Yeah, inhaled.
Okay.
I guess I don't know. I guess I'll do like an hour.
Okay, that works out.
And then 10 hours, I feel like would be too sus.
Yeah. That works. I think what we're gonna do is call that I think we are gonna call that firefight. I think we're gonna say that you still have to roll firefight just because like they're gonna get the opportunity to shoot at you as you do that. And if you roll well enough, we'll just figure it out.
No, don't shoot me.
So that's gonna be with volatile.
I know. I'm so bad. I'm not a fighter. Okay, hold on. Dice rolling.
Good. So we went into this firefight with two non-combatants. Perfect.
It's
okay.
good. You're gonna save your other combatants.
Nailed it.
soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, we just need to get
very
Jasper
good.
in this fight.
Yeah,
Yeah.
obviously.
That'll be even.
Jasper in.
just mince Elliot to wake me up. Once Elliot wakes me up, it's gonna be fine.
Just get Elliot on the horn and be like, hey, we could really use
Elliot on the
Jasper
horn.
right now.
Really use Jasper right now would be great.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So, Raph, I don't know how to tell you this, but that's a fail.
Yeah.
You get XP for that, though.
You do get to mark
I
an
got
XP.
some XP. Yay.
You get to mark an XP.
My character has grown.
Yeah. So I think
I've
in
learned from my mistakes.
Lucy's a little rusty. It's been a minute
It's
since.
been a minute. I've been fixing microwaves for like 10 years.
all right. So I think what
Haven't
happens
had to
is
gas a man in a decade.
I think what happens is everybody like it's almost there's a moment where it's comical, right? Like you're ushering everybody, like you push Maeve in the like the small of her back as she runs past you, and you're like go go go, and then you like turn around as you're running away, pull out a glass vial, and then like right as these three toughs hit the end of the tunnel, you just fling it down the tunnel, but it just kind of hits the floor and it doesn't break, and it just skitters towards them. And it's really high quality glass, I guess.
Damn it, I used the bulletproof.
Yeah, and they just kind of stop for a second and look down on it, and then they all shoot at you, Lucy. They all shoot you.
Oh no.
So because you
Do
failed,
they not like crush it? You know?
no, they're not going to
Nobody
step.
steps
Like,
on it.
like one of them is just too curious again. I was like, man, I really want to know what's in there. No, they don't do that. Instead,
Okay,
they shoot
that's
you
fine.
with bullets.
Oh boy.
And they shoot you.
Yep. So that's going to be
fair enough.
that's
A
going to be
wordsmith of the finest order.
so that's going to be 3 harm to account for.
Super.
Oh.
duper.
Yeah.
Super.
It's only 1 harm per gun, but you failed your volatile roll, so you can't avoid any.
Yeah, I
of it.
did a pretty bad job again.
Now you might have shields. I don't remember with the infiltrator. You don't have any. Of
I
that.
don't remember seeing anything with shield, so I don't
No.
think so.
Pistol, shotgun, nanoblade, unless Lucy
Yep.
picked up anything new.
So in that case, you can take 3 stress and negate it, or you can put yourself at I'm hurt bad, or you can do some combination of the two.
Yeah, I think I'll do I'll do 2 stress and just a scratch. for
Okay.
now. and hope I don't get hurt anymore.
Okay, all right, yeah. I mean, it's been a long time since you've been shot at, but you still like remember enough. Like you, yeah, you basically like throw yourself backwards, like as they open fire. Like the glass vial lands at their feet. They look down at it. They look up at you. They start shooting, and you basically just throw yourself onto your back as the bullets whiz overhead. One of them does clip you like across the shoulder as you go down, and you are bleeding from it, but it is just a scratch.
Oh, I do want to note, because I had forgotten that part of the move, that
Yes.
on giving Maeve the disengage, Maeve also has advantage in this little
Cool.
kerfuckle.
Nice.
Okay.
Whatever my next roll is, or
Yeah.
Yep, whatever your next roll is.
So the bullets, like most of the bullets, pass right over Lucy's head, and Ellis, you like grab Maeve and yank her to the side of the tunnel, so that you don't get the bullets that were meant for Lucy. But yeah, that you are basically looking back. You see Lucy sort of lying on the ground, kind of like just
All right, well, this is how Ellis is like, oh, okay, fine, fuck it, if it's a fucking fight that you want, and like steps over like one leg over Lucy, and as we have established, like rolls that pistol into a fully automatic assault rifle.
Uh-huh.
It's like, all right, here's how it goes then.
Yep. You yank something off your belt, snap it into place over the pistol,
Yep.
and then just kind of open fire.
It's been a while.
All
If
right,
if this is how this goes, then
Yeah.
fucking all right.
that's gonna be a firefight.
That's 12.
That's a very good roll.
Nice.
That's how Ellis do. So, and this is, I'm going to do, I'm trying to remember what the rule is on this, because I chose the full auto one specifically, because I think I get to shoot more than one person.
I believe you do.
Hold on,
no.
I'm pulling it up.
Man,
For
this
weapon tags.
book is laid out kind of weird.
Yeah, because it puts it right after the gear. And that's
Yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
trying
yeah,
to
true.
do.
Okay, wait, there we go. Full auto. You can choose to discharge this weapon to deal your harm to 2 targets instead of just
that's gonna be it.
doubling your damage.
Yep, I discharged the weapon.
Okay.
So yeah, using that firefight move, I'm going to discharge my weapon. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot 2 of them.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say that I pick, you pick. Whichever 2 are the 2 that make the most sense.
I'm gonna say that, you, the guy with the vest open, who's clearly kind of calling the shots, you don't hit him, but you do hit the 2 others. So like this big, this big man, who he's kind of like busting out of his clothes almost. You get the impression that maybe they don't really like have a lot of finery in his size of readily available in Independence. So yeah, he like I think immediately goes down, probably not dead, but not
the
great
three I'm going to take, just so you can narrate the whole
Yes.
thing, is I'm discharging to deal my harm to 2 of them. So
Okay.
2 of them are taking 2 harm. I'm halting their position or
Okay.
halting their advance, and then I'm going to disengage and take a recover to clear the discharge on that gun.
Okay, all right. Okay, cool. So yeah, so the big dude, the very, very big dude goes down, honestly kind of like blocking the tunnel, which like as he drops, it does sort of halt their advance. Smaller guy also drops, with just that like gasp of like being shot, that surprise, like not a scream, obviously, just like a...
This is also a rifle
Right,
round.
exactly,
Like,
yeah.
they're holding pistols, and I just
No,
shot them.
he gets knocked off his feet for sure.
Right.
And then the other guy kind of just like drops behind the big dude and uses him as cover. So like he just kind of like immediately sort of just sits down on the other side of his friend, makes himself as small and as low to the ground as possible, so it's harder for you to shoot. And now you kind of have created this standoff situation. Maeve, what are you doing in this circumstance?
I think Maeve goes to check Lucy and
Okay.
see if she needs patching up.
Yeah, and Ellis is going to take the opportunity to be like, all right, now, everyone's got real hot feelings. We ain't got no reason to shoot you, and you don't even know who
More
the
than we
fuck
have.
we are. So how about we call it square, and you go on about your way.
Maeve, I think what you are going to be doing as you check Lucy out. You don't really need to do much on her. Yeah, I'll let you roll plus calculating.
Cool.
for share expertise, to be clear. And I believe you get advantage on that because medical stuff is one of your areas of expertise as the intellect.
Okay,
No,
good.
So you wouldn't even have to spend your advantage. You get.
Oh, that's true too. Yeah, that's true too. So you can hold on to your advantage from Ellis and just use your advantage from being the intellect.
Let me re-roll that then, because that was not rolled with that information in mind.
Sounds good. That's much better.
Okay, so that'll be an 11.
Yes. Okay. So in that case, you can ask me a question related to the topic, and I will give you a useful answer. So if you have any questions about any of this stuff, feel free to ask me, and I'll give you an answer. Otherwise,
well, is this specifically for like the medical, like patching up Lucy, or are we being more broad and just sort of the situation?
No, this would be specifically related to Lucy.
What are your thoughts in medicine?
Yeah, this would be specifically related to Lucy and medicine.
Okay. I mean, what do we have on hand to get her up and moving again?
She's not really in bad shape. She's okay. She managed to avoid the worst of it and just kind of got hit across the arm, but you're pretty sure the bullet went through clean. So that's okay. I think really this isn't particularly exciting. Correct me if I'm wrong, Lucy. You probably do see at this moment that Lucy has a cybernetic arm.
Yeah, I'm assuming the bullet went into my left arm.
Yeah, probably. Or my
right arm would not be bleeding.
Right, yeah. Well, I think it went through one of your shoulders, but yeah, it doesn't really matter which arm.
Fair enough.
But I think between the gloves and Lucy's baggy clothes, you just didn't notice until now.
Cool.
Okay.
It's gonna be mid patching up the wound and just sort of be like that's a cool
How you doing, Lucy?
toy.
Yeah, muscle memory's a fine thing, but guess it's been a while since someone's pointed a gun at me. And yeah, the arm is well, that's a little gift from the old days.
Okay. You are still in the middle of the standoff, though, so you can have that little exchange while Maeve is checking stuff out. Ellis, you call down that hallway, and you basically say, this doesn't have to keep happening this way, essentially.
We're done. We're where we want to be.
And the person on the other side of the big guy calls back. And says, basically, yeah, I mean, obviously we are done here.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Trying to think of exactly how he would get into this. But look, regardless of what you do to us, this ain't the last you've heard of
Oh, now, son, that ain't what you wanted to say.
Hold on.
You didn't mean to threaten me now, did you? That wasn't.
Obviously, I can't do much to stop you, but you walk away from this ain't the last you're gonna hear of the McEnroe boys.
Now, see, there's a problem there, Mr. McEnroe, is that if I kill you now, it will be the last I hear of the McEnroe boys, because I already killed 2 of you. And if there's only 3 brothers, and you go down, who's gonna avenge you? You got a cat? Particularly squirrely aunt? Come on, man.
Oh, you're misunderstanding, stranger. We ain't McEnroe's proper.
Oh, all right. You just tend to get into fights trying to grab a hold of ladies inside of darkened tunnels and then take that as a blood pact against the one who defends them.
We ain't nobody. You want to go on your business? You go on your business. I ain't going to do much to stop you, but... Well, it's going to come back on you is all I'm saying.
Well, that's doing something to stop me then there, McEnroe unofficial. What exactly threat are you trying to make?
I think it's Jimothy.
Is it Jimothy? Is it Jimothy? Jimothy non-McEnroe?
The small guy who got knocked off his feet says in a very shaky voice, no, I'm Jimothy.
Of course he's Jimothy.
All right, well, Jimothy et al., let me explain something to you. You ain't the first folk who said they're going to have an ongoing problem with me. And let me answer how that ongoing problem tends to go for me, a man whose name you don't know. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to kill the three of you. Then I'm going to look through your gear to find out who you work for. Then I'm going to kill them. So, again, I think we all walk away and forget that we had ourselves a little fun this morning in a tunnel. If you're going to say that's going to be an ongoing problem for me, I'm going to solve my problem right here. And I slide the lock on the assault rifle very loudly. What you say, Jimothy?
You want to make that hound move that you do?
I do.
Okay.
I do want to make that hound move that I do.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
What? You gotta act out.
Yeah, exactly. I just assumed that's what you were doing.
Yes. 11.
Yeah!
Nice. Very good, very good.
Dice Maiden is feeling kind today.
It's Ellis's element. It's what he do.
Right. He calls back. You make a series
no
of
problem.
very fine points.
I agree. So why don't y'all go on, get about the rest of your business today, and I apologize for any bits of lead that I have added to your early morning routine. And then we will hopefully never see each other again.
You hear some muttering and like amongst themselves, and then somebody calls back. Yep. Don't suppose y'all mind walking away first. Having that bigger gun and all.
Well, I do have the bigger gun, and one of y'all is potentially unconscious, I suppose. But here's what we're going to do. Two of us are going to go up that ladder, and if I see any movement down the end of that tunnel, I'm going to make sure I don't. And then I'm going to go up that ladder. And then you and I are never going to speak again. Is that about right?
Yep. Sounds.
Yep. All right.
I agree
Lucy,
to
May, why
your
don't you go
terms.
and get up that ladder? Like quietly. I don't want them to know that.
Yeah.
Why don't you go and
Yeah,
get
I mean,
up
I
that
guess maybe we'll help Lucy back her feet, and we'll.
Meanwhile, like the cinematic image is Ellis is standing in the center of the tunnel, just like,
yeah.
All right.
Yep. Exactly.
Have fun with your hot plate. See ya.
Okay. You get up the tunnel, you get up the ladder, and Ellis, you don't see any movement from the McEnroe boys.
Yeah, and I'll just climb that ladder like one-handed, like rifle in the other hand, just kind of keeping an eye on the tunnel, like
yeah, backwards. Okay, cool. You you get up out of the ladder, up out of the tunnel. You hear movement down below as you like come out the top of the manhole cover. There's like a metal domed lid with like the twisty wheel, but you can undo that and get out. Maybe if that's
and then
fine.
we close it and then retwist
Yeah,
it.
exactly. And yeah, you are basically standing in the shadow of Warehouse 5.
Maeve, I appreciate that the man grabbed you and probably was a piece of shit. But if you're gonna hit somebody with a wrench, then we might have to kill that man. I'm not saying I'm against it. I'm just saying if you want to cut down on the number of people that I gotta kill.
Hey. Maybe did what she gotta do, okay?
No, I agree. I mean, I was ready to, clean house, but
We talk less about the killing people and just find Jasper and get out.
Yeah, I agree to that. That's a good plan.
Yeah. Okay.
Do appreciate it though. Thank you.
Yes. No, that's good. It worked out all right.
I mean, you got a secret organization of violent criminals after you now, but
Well, they would have to get in line.
So you are standing in front of a very large metal door that is clearly on tracking, that is clearly not like movable by human means. You are going to have to like activate the there's a panel off to one side that is clearly for like security clearance. And,
is this the only door into the warehouse?
I mean, as far as you are aware, yes, it is basically the front of the building. Because keep in mind, these warehouses were designed so that you could fit aircraft inside of them. So it is a.
So they don't have like a personal open door. We have to go through that.
Doesn't seem like they do. Yeah.
So what you're telling me is we gotta
You might have to hack and or crack.
All right, let's hack and crack this bad boy.
All right.
I don't know. It's been a while since I've done this, so bear with me.
Take
actually,
your time.
if you guys want to kind of make sure nobody's
Oh yeah, for sure.
watching, that would be actually pretty good. And then Lucy's gonna walk up to the panel and she's gonna take off her leather glove and kind of like roll up her sleeve to her mechanical arm.
Okay.
And then start like ultra speed.
Yeah.
A speed normal fingers couldn't possibly go.
Right.
I'm gonna again attempt to scope it out now that we're not in a tunnel, and Lucy has requested it.
Okay.
I do not. I'm distracted.
Fair enough. Give yourself an XP.
Still lecturing Maeve
Yeah.
about hitting strange men in the face with her wrench.
Okay.
I was
So
like,
that's-
this sure is a warehouse.
You're
All
gonna
right.
you're gonna
Where-
discharge.
Wow.
You're gonna
Yeah, I
discharge
discharged.
and roll slick.
Hacking and cracking. Roll. And plus my flick.
Ellis is like, warehouse.
Okay.
Oh, I found it. It's right there.
Warehouse? Where?
Okay, cool.
Their house, their tunnel.
Their
Damn.
house.
All right, Raph.
All right, 13.
Yeah. So you get to choose one. It's
Lucy's
gonna,
luck, let me tell you.
yeah.
I
You
like
get
that idea too. That Lucy's like, oh, I don't know if I could do this, and then like presses like
It's been a
3
long
keys,
time.
and the door just.
So you get
420.
to choose one. It's gonna take a while to get in. You'll have to trigger an alarm, or you'll have to leave traces of your incursion behind that could incriminate you.
I mean, I'm gonna say it's gonna take a while. I feel
Okay.
like that's probably maybe the safest. Well,
Okay.
yeah, okay. I'll say okay, it's definitely doable, but like I said, it's been a second since I've cracked out this movement here.
The old
Well,
hand
we'll see.
binding up.
Yeah, I imagine that in your pirate days you probably had special equipment and stuff that like you could use to get through this a lot faster, but you just don't have
Oh,
that
yeah,
stuff
yeah,
with
yeah.
you anymore. So you're kind of like working with the bare minimum.
Yeah. I'm working with the bare minimum here, but
Okay.
I know what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm. You
Alice is gonna post up a watch. I'm not sure exactly. Like, are we inside of an interior space, or are we in an exterior space outside the warehouse?
you're in an
we're
exterior space, but I
outside.
think there is a slight overhang.
Okay, I'm
Okay.
gonna like
Okay, cool.
pop up on the corner and like conspicuously or make the gun less conspicuous.
Right,
and,
right,
like,
right, right.
So I don't look like I'm standing on a corner holding a
Yeah.
long arm.
Yeah. Okay, cool. After a few minutes, that it feels like much longer. It's only about 10 minutes probably. Raph, Lucy is able to override the system finally, and get the door
I'm in.
to start to ponderously slide open. And as it does so, it is not quiet. Also, I will say, there's really nothing you can do about that.
Yeah, I'll back up.
But as it
Like,
does
press
so,
against the wall on the other side.
yeah, you are greeted on the other side with just a large collection of boxes and crates and things like that. It looks like you have stumbled upon a fairly full warehouse. And as far as you can see, as you look in on this sort of maze of boxes and crates, that they are all sort of emblazoned on the side. They're all sort of stamped with the logo of Zone Beverage Co.
Oh.
Yeah.
Zone Beverage Co.
Yep. All right. What do you
Okay.
do?
I mean, I swear this is where they took them. Looks kind of full though.
I mean,
Guys-
it is
Well, I
almost
mean-
it is almost a labyrinth of boxes and crates.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
I see.
Better to hide in a full warehouse than an empty one, I guess.
True, I suppose.
Maeve is gonna check and see again if Jaxper has like responded to any of the messages.
Nope.
and just shoot off like a super angry text of like, "You fucking asshole, wake up and look at your phone."
I want to. Oh, believe me. Oh, believe me.
Dear sweet Maeve, I'd love to answer your messages.
I would be fucking thrilled. But no. Elliot.
My darling Maeve, the war drags on. I long for the warmth of your sweet embrace.
Just because, again, like, as much of a different day as this might be for Lucy or Maeve, Ellis feels very back in his element. Is there, like, a conspicuously half-open, like, zone beverage crate with, like, an ecto cooler, like, box on the top?
Sure.
Boxes open.
You can. There is one that is like you step a little ways into the warehouse because you see that there is.
Oh yeah, I definitely go into the warehouse so that we're no longer staying on the street.
You step in and there is a crate that is like partially opened. And you kind of like step towards it and lightly sort of move the lid off to the side a little bit. And as you look in, you can see packets and packets of milkshake mix.
Like powdered milkshake mix?
Yeah.
All right.
Is the milkshake man in on it?
Who knows?
Milkshake man.
Oh,
well, please.
Not the milkshake man.
Not our friend.
All right. Then I'm not gonna like.
As you
dry chug milkshake mix.
Yeah.
As you gaze down on it, the you sort of hear the ghost of his voice echo in your ear. He says, "Keep on milking."
Ellis shudders visibly and is like, "Oh no, you know what? I do grab one and I put it in my pocket with a mental note of, well, Karis is gonna need something when he comes back too."
That's true. That's true.
So there's no
own milkshake,
there's no soda in there?
Not in this crate.
Highly carbonated?
Not in this crate. Zone Beverage Co. makes a lot of different things. Their primary product is just Zone.
That's fair.
Which is like carbonated, comes in a variety of flavors and various levels of caffeination to suit your needs.
Right.
But they also make these sort of like a meal replacement
extensive
shakes.
Product line.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
I guess Lucy just kind of wants to like step in further and start like scoping out to see if there's any boxes like that may have fell down or like some milkshake dust or spilled soda somewhere. Like, has there been a skerfuffle around here? Like,
skerfuffle.
Well, Lucy's being more detectorial.
Yeah.
Ellis is just going to draw the pistol and is mostly just looking for like movement or someone trying to get the drop on them.
Right.
and that's
So yeah, you are going to roll scope it out.
right.
Which is calculating.
I gotcha. Oh, I always lose that. Okay, here we go.
Ooh, not quite. You don't have a... Oh yeah, you
dark in here, and it's full of milkshake powder.
Yeah, it is dark in here, and it is full of milkshake powder. So I'm going to say you don't really see evidence of anything, but as you are looking for it, you do sort of like turn a corner around a particularly large stack of boxes, and you see a chair with a man tied to it, head sort of like hanging forward as if he's unconscious.
Is this only Lucy? Only Lucy?
Yeah, I think only Lucy has gone far enough into the warehouse to see this, but you can alert people if you want.
Yeah, I think I would kind of like turn. I maybe like do like a little whistle or a little.
Like, Ellis definitely like comes over like.
And as you all respond to Lucy's hail, you see Jaxper sitting handcuffed in a chair under like.
Ellis like
is this who you're looking for?
Grabs Maeve's shoulder real quick to keep her from running over to the chair.
That's smart because that absolutely is what she was about to do.
I assume I'm still unconscious.
You are still unconscious. You can see that there is a little gray disc pressed into the center of Jaxper's forehead.
Hold on. Somebody put him there and probably around. So we need to find our unfriendly folk before we go talk to our friendly folk. I also would like to scope down.
Okay. Roll it.
But he's right there. Just like
Yeah,
maybe we can wake him up and he can tell us something.
It's a 9.
A 9.
Yeah, so you get 1 question.
Great. Oh yeah, well here's what it is. What's my enemy's true position?
I will tell you this. You don't see him anywhere. You don't see anyone
As best I
anywhere
can
except
tell,
for
there's
Jackson.
no one in the warehouse.
As best as you can tell, yes.
Okay.
Maeve is gonna like keep tugging to be like, he's right. Like, come on,
Alright.
we can just.
All right. Lucy, keep an eye out. And then I'm gonna go over there with Maeve so that Maeve can start checking out Jaxper. But I'm like eyes on the tops of boxes and like looking on catwalks and things. Like I'm waiting for someone to literally drop down on top of her at any given moment.
Right.
But
Okay.
all right, Maeve.
Maeve, you recognize that there is that this thing that is on Jaxper's forehead is a disruptor. Just a piece of technology that renders people unconscious, basically disrupts their brainwaves.
So I can just pop that off then?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that.
Okay. You pop it off, and Jaxper's eyes open. What is the first thing
Son of a
Jaxper
bitch! I
says?
swear to God, I've got holy shit, Maeve.
Yeah,
Sounds like
Right.
Jaxper.
Look,
What are you doing here? Untie
we're
me.
getting.
Untie me.
Yeah,
What are you doing?
we're trying. Jesus, shut up. Give me a second.
Why?
That's my baby. Oh,
That's
yeah,
my baby.
Jaxper, Lucy, Jaxper, and more introductions later. But let me work. Okay, just give me a second. And she's gonna start trying to like.
Where's your friend, Jax? And this is meant like in the casual connotation, but like
If you see him, do not engage him. His name is Elliot. He's a dick. But
don't shoot Elliot the
do
dick.
not shoot Elliot. Do not shoot Elliot in the dick. Do not shoot Elliot in
All
the
right.
dick.
I mean that was specific
actually-
and alarming.
Actually,
All right.
you can shoot Elliot in the dick. You can shoot Elliot.
Okay, I'm
But
getting mixed messages
not-
here about
no.
Elliot and his
Ah.
penis.
I'm
Uh.
really mad at Elliot right now. But
Are you mad at his dick? I don't.
no.
Wait, you know the guy who grabbed you? What
Yeah,
the
of
fuck?
course I do. Don't
What do
worry
you mean?
about
Of
it.
course I do.
Fuck. Why are we having this conversation? Are my hands untied yet?
No, is he
Maeve?
untied yet? Fuck.
Is he untied?
It's handcuffs. Jaxper, it occurs to you that you could probably just like break them.
Yeah, I'm just gonna fucking.
Have you
I'm just gonna
untied the handcuffs yet?
You
I'm going
pop.
to fucking break the handcuffs.
You kind of
I
just
feel
like,
like Maeve was sitting there and like trying to figure out a way to like pick at them or like looking for a key, and then Jaxper
pulls out
just
a
like
hairpin.
loses his patience and
Yeah,
just like,
I'm gonna.
and she's just like there, like fine.
I'm gonna
Fine.
spend a storm on this.
okay. All right. So you just kind of like pop them off, and then you can kind of just like rip
Yeah.
the cuffs themselves off of your hands. Lucy, this is your first time seeing that happen. That's weird. That's
It's
suspicious.
alarming every time. It's alarming
Yeah,
every time.
he just pops those off, stands up, probably takes this disruptor from Maeve and like hucks it across the thing. It's like,
We could have gotten evidence of that.
no, you couldn't. It's a fucking no fingerprints. Fucking fingerprints. You're gonna have fingerprints.
People
all over.
have fingers, Jax. All right.
People hit fingerprints. No, listen. We gotta go.
Okay, then
I'm gonna
let's
send a. I'm gonna.
Like Raph and Lucy have the exact same facial expression the entire time.
Yeah.
Look,
Like,
we gotta go. Do the job? Do we finish the job? Do we get paid?
yes.
Yes.
But
we
Karis
can
is in the
got-
hospital,
we
so
got
we have to
paid.
go, and
No.
we're gonna have to wait for him to wake up from a coma. So like we can't leave too many loose ends because we can't get out of here right away.
Like, oh, we
Well,
didn't like
also,
this.
also. So here's why we can't kill Elliot, and
What?
Jaxper's gonna be like trying to like shove everyone back towards like whatever.
Yeah,
Like,
exit.
we're like,
walk and
whoa,
talk,
whoa,
like,
yeah,
what
let's
is
walk and
happening?
talk.
As
Go,
you
go,
say,
go.
as you say, here's why we can't kill Elliot, and you're starting to usher people
Oh,
out the door.
no.
You hear the groan as the door of the warehouse kicks on and it starts to close, cutting off the light from outside. And on that note, we're going to take a break. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break. just to
Good
refresh
drama.
drinks and use bathrooms and stuff like that. So we will be right back. Thank you for sticking with us. Thanks for hanging out, chatting, all of that good stuff. Give us 5, and we'll be right back. Let me do the thing on my computer. Here we go. See you soon.
I am so
All right, hello, welcome back. Thanks for sticking with us. We're gonna get right back into it. So, when we paused for a brief moment, the doors to the warehouse had started to slide closed, removing the light source from the building. Now, you guys are pretty much in the center of said warehouse by this point, and you're kind of standing under that light bulb that is casting some light out. So you can still see stuff around you, but beyond a certain point, it's pretty obscured in darkness.
Yeah, the narratively significant single cord down to a bulb with a small shade.
Exactly. Very Reservoir
Jaxper is
Dogs.
going. I think Jaxper, as the door starts to shut, is just going to sigh deeply and say, "The reason we can't kill Elliot is because I don't want you to, and also he has information that could get us to Grace."
Where are we on shooting him in the dick, though?
Shooting him in the dick is fine by me, but I think he might have a problem with that. Elliot, stop being a melodramatic bitch and get out here.
I think when Jaxper said the thing about Grace, like Maeve just freezes and goes, "He knows where Grace is?"
No, but he heard the people who that's how he found me. Is the people who were hijacking the ship.
How many people have you guys lost? I don't.
Too many,
You
Lucy.
want to be around these people?
Too many.
Too late now, Lucy.
Shit.
Literally every character's recommendation to Maeve. You should go home.
I'm gonna send a ping to Elliot, just like just a ping that's just like a if he like reads it, it's just like a fuck you.
Single
Where are
hands
you?
up.
Where are you?
Would Lucy know Grace? Since the whole point was Grace used to run with the Delaney's back in the day as well.
It was
At least
like
by
a
name.
so Grace like crossed paths with the Delaney's. She wasn't part of their crew. They might have run into each other. But yeah, I don't know. Unless you're asking that question right now.
Name.
Right, exactly.
Right, might not have been close, but you would have heard the name before.
Yeah, almost certainly you would have heard the name.
Also, are we not gonna just try to book an entrance? I mean, are we?
Go.
There's
please.
no point trying to outrun Elliot.
No. Run to the exit. He's really super not interested in any of you guys.
If he knows where Grace is, then I'm not going.
We got questions for him. Lucy, if you want to head home, that's fine. We appreciate all the help, and I'm sorry that you got shot at. That really sucks.
I'm not about to leave you guys to some crazy guy.
Oh, I mean, that's happened a few
He's
times
not
now.
crazy.
So.
He's fucking fine. He's just an asshole. And if he doesn't show up about 30 seconds, I'm gonna start setting fire to shit. I'm just gonna.
Oh yeah,
I'm
he
start
does
setting
that.
fire to stuff.
Yeah, he does just kind of throw his body around.
Like crazy by whose standards? Because
you remember I told you about the man that threw the door at Karis?
Don't worry about that. Wait, what?
Yeah. I don't know,
Come
some
on.
asshole 256 Heinz 257 flavors or whatever.
We're gonna have to have a yeah. No, I know about him.
All right.
We'll deal with him. We'll deal with him in a minute.
I don't think we're gonna have to do that. I think we dealt with him.
In your communication channel, Jaxper, that you had opened, the sort of the hailing frequency between you and Elliot, he replies. You hear him say, or perceive him saying, because it's probably not exactly sound waves or anything like that, but you perceive him saying, I wanted to let them leave, Jaxper.
Then let them.
Not here. Mars. I thought if I kept you here long enough, they would leave you behind. And the problem would solve itself.
Dude, come with us. You
Yeah.
come with us. You can come with us. You don't have to be alone. Yeah, no, they're human. They don't get it. They're not gonna get it. But I will be there. I get it. And oh, am I hella motivated to help you take down Crucible and Stedman Zhang. So are these people. Come with me. Got a ship, we're used to hiding.
I've heard so much. I know where their hearts lie. I know what purpose unites them. It is not ours.
Who gives a shit as long as they're willing to help? I don't need to know where a wrench's true purpose lies to hit somebody over the head with it.
And
Jaxper's lines are all being said out loud, by the way.
All right, fair.
Oh.
So everyone can hear Jaxper. He's
Also,
just
like,
"Talk
this
thing.
feels strange.
Don't worry about it." And he's gonna like send you guys. Yeah, he's gonna be like gesture at you like.
Oh yeah, all right.
Elliot's voice is gonna also become audible at this point. Elliot is you're gonna hear Elliot's voice, but it's strange. It comes from all beyond the light source, so all outside of your field of view, but it seems to be sort of changing position rapidly. Like he's running in circles around you or something. And he says, and what about when they see us for what we really are, Jaxper? What then?
Mean like what we really are? What we really are. What do you think they're gonna see? What do you think they're gonna see? What am I, Elliot? Who has not seen me in, 50 years? 60 years?
Yeah,
what are they
all
gonna
three
see?
of us are just like,
Drop the skincare routine. What are you doing?
I moisturize.
It's
great.
all about SPF, really. You really just gotta make sure you get. Sun is a killer, no matter where you are.
You don't skip out on the face plates when you're on your don't cheap out on the face plates when you're doing spacewalks. Now, what?
Everyone looks at Alice's leathery ass skin. Oh, come on now. I mean,
You're cheaping. You're cheap. You're cheap because you're cheap. Listen. What do you think they're gonna see? Some big, scary, violent guy? Think that's gonna bother Ellis? Think that's gonna bother this
technically, no, I'm not.
That's gonna bother this asshole? Oh no! A machine man. You think that's gonna fuck up Maeve? Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit?
This is Lucy, by the way. I think Lucy would also probably be all right with Machine Man or Big
I don't know who the hell this
No, but
person
she's
is.
not. Well, we like her. She's not. Okay.
That's fucking fine.
Not the disguise.
Who gives a shit?
Not the disguise, Jaxper. What we really are. And then, shortly thereafter, right after those words are spoken, these glowing motes of blue light start to coalesce in front of you and sort of from the ground up form a human-ish shape that then solidifies into Elliot Hopper.
That's a really fucking cool trick, man. What code did you use to write that?
This is us, Jaxper.
Yo, really? Because mine will not do that.
They will.
Will they? Will they?
I can teach
Hold
you.
on. Dope. Come with us. Teach me.
Jaxper, you think you are a man infused with machines. We are machines hiding inside of men.
Hey?
Look around you. Look at them. Look at the fear in their eyes.
For the record, I'm mostly terrified because you were fireflies 5 seconds ago, and I haven't seen someone do that before, and the new and strange are alarming to me as a simple ape. Just throwing it out there.
Do not become much more of a simple ape than Ellis.
Thank you, Jackford.
It is chemically
You
impossible.
are too kind.
Just looking out for you, buddy. I'm looking out for you, buddy.
I don't want to do this without you, Jaxper.
I don't want to do this without you. But you're not the one. You're sitting here. You're not exactly bringing anything to the table. What are you gonna do? What's your fucking end game here? All right, send these assholes away. I send these assholes away, and I join you on your fucking crusade, and I don't get to do anything that I want to do with my, life.
I said I wanted to spare them.
Oh, you don't want to anymore. Oh, you don't want to anymore. Is that what it is?
No loose ends.
And I took exception to that.
No loose ends.
Jaxper, do you think there's anything he's held back so far about Grace that you don't already know?
No.
Maeve is gonna try to throw her EMP grenade.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, we might as well be named loose ends at this point. Fucking let's go, boy.
That is going to be volatile.
And I am absolutely going to use that advantage that I've been holding on to.
Nice!
Ooh.
From, because this is not.
This is also, like, because again, mechanically, Ellis always gets to go first. Ellis, like, looks over and is like, yeah, alright.
So that is going to be a 7.
Okay.
By the skin of my teeth.
Mm-hmm.
You pick one.
You do. You get to pick one.
Oh right, should probably have the basic.
So your options are, for anyone listening at home, discharge your weapon and deal double its harm. Take evasive action, suffer -1 harm. Hold a position or halt in advance. Make an advance or force your enemy out of cover. Impress, dismay, or frighten your enemy. Or disengage and take a moment to recover.
I mean, so this is an EMP grenade.
Mm-hmm.
So it works differently than. So instead of dealing harm, you may choose to disable electrical and energy-based technology used by your target.
Mm-hmm.
Is the
which is your target?
Cool.
You can disable the target that is used by your target.
Yeah.
Which is the whole reason why I've been building up towards the EMP grenades now that we know like Jaxper is a thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess it would be the instead of dealing the harm, I will take the harm in exchange for discharging the weapon and deal double its harm with the idea that like it's super powerful, hopefully enough to like take out all of the electrical impulses that Elliot is able to do, which will hopefully basically knock him the fuck out and allow us to get out of this situation without a further firefight, as anticlimactic as that would be.
Fair enough. Very cool. You throw the EMP grenade, or just drop it, I guess. Either way, you can throw it.
It's sort of like underhand chuck it in the general direction of Elliot.
Okay. I think I want. Okay, it is the move gives you targeting ability, so I'm not going to make anybody roll to avoid that. So yeah, you are.
I feel like I should though.
I mean, it's targeted, so I'm going to say that like Maeve throws
absolutely
it in
accept that I might also be taking Jaxper out, and we will just sort that problem out later.
Sure. So you throw it, it goes off. Honestly, there's probably not much visually to it, but it happens, and the form of Elliot Hopper basically just crumbles into dust, like a pile of dust on the ground. As this happens, from beyond in the shadows, you hear a very human-sounding, very easy to triangulate voice say, impressive. How many did you bring? And then a crate is going to fly off of a stack directly at Maeve.
Oh, yeah, no, that's not happening.
Well, this is a result of a firefight. So Maeve did not avoid harm.
I'm gonna take the harm because I didn't try to avoid harm. I accepted that I was probably gonna get some level of retaliation.
You are gonna take 2 harm as the crate fully smashes into your body and knocks you back against another one.
Okay. I'll take 1 harm and 1 stress then.
Okay. At the same moment,
but I am gonna be like fully, basically assume I'm like fully knocked off my feet.
Yes. Yep. 100%. At the same moment that this happens, several more heavy, large boxes and crates rise into the air. Not immediately attacking any of you, but just floating there. Who would like to take action?
I don't like that.
You said easy to triangulate. I like the phrase easy to triangulate. But it sounded like Jaxper had something that he needed to do.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I'm getting my ass over there.
Are you just gonna like Hulk leap?
Oh yeah, no, I am absolutely Hulk leaping over there and just going to like up over the crates, like.
Okay.
Let's see how well I roll. Mm-hmm. But I am heading over there to whip some absolute nano bro ass.
Okay.
So this is gonna be pure volatile.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I'm not alpha striking. I am doing firefight. I am going to hopefully use Fury Unleashed so that if I roll a 10+, I can choose an extra option.
Okay.
That is an 11, so I do.
Yeah, very good.
Nice.
Okay, so you get to choose 3 and you get the extra thing from your ability, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Nice.
What was Elliot's last name? For mildly
Hopper.
I am going to... So basically what he does is he picks up on the voice, kind of jumps up in the air, like bounces off one of the crates that he's got up there and like dives straight on top of him.
Okay.
I want to fully knock him down, just knock him onto his back on the floor.
Okay.
So I am halting in advance. I also want to I'm going to discharge. We do exchange harm here.
Yeah.
I want to get on top of him and then roll him out of cover so that we are sort of like rolling together to bring him out of cover. I kind of just want to... Yeah, I would like to impress, dismay, or frighten my enemy.
Okay.
Just sort of have him here, just like, you really want it to go this way?
So, a couple things are going to happen as this is all going down, because you are exchanging harm. So one thing that is going to happen, I think, is as you leap off of that first crate, he is going to... one of the floating ones, in fact, I think this one is just going to be a very heavy box that it becomes clear to you is full of some piece of equipment because it hurts a lot, is going to basically slam into you in mid-air. Kind of knocks you off of your trajectory a little bit, but you are able to sort of reevaluate and steady yourself and still get to where you need to go. So you're going to take 2 harm from that.
I'm taking just a scratch.
Okay, cool. So, and then are you also taking a stress? Or, you reduced your harm, right?
I'm reducing my harm.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So you do that. You slam into him, and like you said, you're wrestling on the ground. You impress, dismay, or frighten him. I'm gonna say, as far as the rolling thing, I don't think you can keep him restrained necessarily, but what I will say is that as you guys are like sort of struggling on the ground, you can absolutely like get a leg in between the two of you and just sort of kick him back into the lit area of the room.
Yeah, I'm assuming that when I'm rolling him out.
Yeah.
Like I might have to like roll out and like come up in a crowd next
Sure.
to him, but I'm not able to restrain him.
Okay.
But I want the impress dismay to be a moment where I do have my arm around his throat.
Okay, cool.
Or like either my arm around his throat
Okay.
or my hands up against his throat to basically say like I could end this.
Yeah. Okay, cool. He is going to, you see for a moment, there is genuine fear in his eyes as you put your hands around his throat, and he sort of chokes out over everything. He says, you always were stronger. And then his eyes sort of focus on you, and he says, but I learned. And you start to feel this strange sensation that you have not ever felt before. But you start to feel your limbs start to feel heavier. And this all-encompassing connection that you have to these internal systems, it starts to flicker. It is like you are feeling, for maybe the first time in your life, you are starting to feel human. You feel blind and deaf and weak beyond reason as you realize somehow Elliot is cutting off the connection between you and your nanobots. And I think as a result of this, you're going to have to roll with Alien.
Right. That's a 4.
Okay.
On the plus side, I advance and I know what I want to take.
That's very cool, and I'm very excited to hear about it because that's a great dramatic moment. What is going to happen to you is the abyss is going to leave its mark. You can choose. You have to choose. Actually, I'm going to say all 3 happen because you failed that roll. I'm going to ask you one question from the abyss stares back. You freeze up. You have to keep your cool at disadvantage to shake it off before you can act next. And you are scarred by your experience, figuratively or literally, and you can write a hook about it. So that makes sense. The question that I'm going to hit you with from the abyss stares back. I want to know, what faint hope does your character cling to? And the context for that is, what is Jack Spur's like perfect end game? Like when Jack Spur allows himself the moment to like fantasize about the ideal life that he could be leading, what does it look like?
It actually looks like 14 accepting his offer. It looks like Elliot accepting his offer, maybe finding 16, maybe finding 19, and getting to have his family back, but not necessarily under corporate control. It means, maybe finding a way for these people he likes, these humans he likes, to maybe last a little bit longer than humans usually do, which would be cool.
That would
like,
be cool.
but it looked like having his family all together and happy.
Okay.
Super wholesome.
Yeah. Jaxper just wants everyone to be happy and chill.
Okay.
And to punch Elliot so hard in his face that I reset his nanite.
And okay, so you feel all of the strength, all of this like connection that you've had, for as long as you've been aware of yourself, sort of starting to drain away from you. And Elliot sort of like is, you hear him, but like you at first you hear it both what he's saying out loud and through the connection that you both have to each other. So it's sort of the audio is sort of echoing or doubling rather in your mind. But as this continues, the portion of the conversation that you're hearing through your nanobot connection is choppy. It's clipping in and out. You're losing words here and there. As towards the end of the sentence, you can only hear what he's saying out loud to you verbally, as he says, it could have been this. You could have had this, but you chose them. You don't deserve this. I was wrong about you. I'm the only one who understands what we're capable of, what we can really do. As this is happening, as this conversation is taking place, and you see them sort of like scuffling with one another, as you see that Elliot is clearly gaining the upper hand, Ellis or Lucy, what do you do?
I'll pass it to Lucy if you have an idea, perhaps. I know what I would do. You're muted.
Lucy's not used to being in crazy fights with robot men, so I think you said there's 2 boxes like floating in the air still, or
there's a handful still left up there.
Okay, I'm gonna pass it to Elliot because
to Ellis. Okay.
I'm not sure. Or Ellis,
Yeah.
sorry.
Oh, Ellis is like stood there, watched this Hulk leap, like reacted to Maeve getting shoved, but also was like, "Oh, that's where Elliot is," and stepped forward. I get like, is the lamp still kind of swinging?
Mm-hmm.
And okay, so just like they're maybe a half row back, the two of them struggling, and just like extends the gun out and is like, "Where are we on shooting Elliot in the dick?" to Jaxper.
For it.
And I'm gonna firefight my second robot man in 2 days.
That.
That's
Yeah.
bad.
Failure.
So here's what happens.
Oh,
As you like level the gun at Elliot's back, one of those boxes slams into you. It's a crate this time actually, and it just fully, like with the force of an oncoming car, just hits you in your side and sends you sprawling in the same way that it did Maeve. I think the wood splinters and shatters around you and leaves small like cuts and lacerations all over your body. I'm going to take a hard move with this one, and I'm going to make it 3 harm. And I'm going to say that a piece of the crate, a jagged piece of the crate, actually, unless you take it all as stress.
So I was actually gonna tap my body armor.
Okay, all right. A piece of the crate, a jagged piece of the crate, penetrates your side and stops it. The body armor stops it just shy of actually puncturing, into your skin.
Yeah, so I take 1 stress, and then
Okay.
it just
All right.
racks into the body armor.
It definitely goes into your body, and you definitely bleed, but your body armor stops it from like penetrating anything
But
vital.
I'll take that over to Just a Scratch, just so
Okay.
we're playing in the same sandbox.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, Ellis just goes like slides across
Yep.
the floor.
Yep. And Elliot, as that happens, the action that I'm going to take is Elliot is going to look you dead in the eyes, Jaxper, and he's going to say, you don't deserve them. Just like they didn't deserve them. And that's why I'm going to take them from you. Lucy, if you'd like to do something, you can. Jaxper, you are just feeling the connection to the nanobots weakening, like they are leaving your body. But Lucy, you don't know any of that. You just hear these like weird, vague things that Elliot is saying as they are like wrestling on the ground. Yeah.
You regret agreeing to help us now.
Wait a minute.
Simple job you signed up for.
I think Lucy's gonna do what Lucy does best, which is try to get everybody the fuck out. And I think she's just going to where is Maeve nearby, or
Maeve got like knocked across the floor. No one is really near you, to be honest with you. Maeve got knocked out of the way. Ellis got knocked out of the way. You're kind of just standing there while Jaxper and Elliot are like on the ground.
You're the only one under the lamp.
Yeah.
Just kind of like.
yeah, I think okay, I think how far away is like Elliot and Jaxper?
How far do you want them to be?
I want to throw a smoke grenade.
Okay, you can do that.
Okay, I want to throw one in their direction.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to run over to Maeve,
Okay.
and like grab her hand, and I want to say, "This isn't safe. We got to get out of here. I've created a little distraction. Now let's go. Let's go. Tell your friends to get the fuck out."
Okay.
I don't think he can, like, sort of gesturing in the vague direction of, like, Jaxper.
You don't super have time to have a full conversation, but yeah, you throw the smoke grenade, Lucy. It is filling the room, making it hard for all of you to see. Jaxper, you and Elliot are close enough that, you know, even without the benefit of your nanobot senses, you can still see him. But Maeve, yeah, I mean, you'll be able to decide what you want to do with that information that Lucy has provided. Lucy, if you want to get out of the way, I'll let you roll your act quick at advantage now. But if you're waiting for Maeve, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer.
I think I will be waiting.
Okay, all right. Yeah. Okay. As you throw that smoke grenade, Elliot is very focused on whatever he is doing with Jaxper, but he lets go of Jaxper with one hand as a result of that. He sort of had both hands pressed against like the side of your face. And he lets go with one hand so that it's just the one. And he sort of extends it upwards, and you all hear the building itself start to groan.
Not again, man. I am going to roll keep my cool. How does disadvantage work again?
You roll 3d6 and you take the two lowest.
Two lowest, okay.
But you get to add stalwart.
Yes. Okay, yep, that's a 4. That's another failure.
Wait. Yeah, you're right. It is.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep, that's a 4. That's a failure. And I'm going to basically Jaxper is I think he is going to actually hold on a second.
Okay.
I have so much storm to spend.
You do have a lot of storm to spend.
I'm going to spend storm to roll this at advantage instead, which means just rolling it, I think, flat, right? At this point.
Yes, they would they
Can
would cancel each other out.
Slightly?
I'll allow it.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting.
All right. Do it. That's an 8.
That is an 8. Very cool. Yes, you can sort of like shake off this thing. So you are feeling your connection still weaken, but you are now more present and less scared and able to do stuff.
So here's what I'm going to do.
Did you take that move you wanted to take?
I did. I took that move I wanted to take.
Good.
So here's what I'm going to do. It has been established that Jaxper also learns very quick with his nanites and had built a working relationship with his nanites earlier than his cohort. So I'm going to discharge Brain Spike. Because that's what this motherfucker just tried to do to me. So I'm going to ruin this motherfucker's whole day.
Yeah. Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's going to be with Volatile.
So, it's going to be with Volatile. I'm spending another storm for more advantage on this roll.
Angry Jaxper.
Jaxper's so mad right now. Yep, that is a 12. So...
And just to discharge it 3 times to deal
Also, technically, I am engaging in vicious hand-to-hand combat. This is mental combat. That's fine. I don't need to take the extra.
I mean, you're also fighting on the ground as this is happening. Like, you are struggling with each other.
That's true. So what I think Jaxper does is, like, sort of like weakly, when he sees the building coming down, sort of like weakly groans out, not again, man. And then, like, his nanites, like, feed him a piece of information, like, oh, hey, here's how he's doing this. And he's just like, oh no, absolutely not again. Yeah. I think he turns his head and, like, just sinks his teeth into Elliot's wrist.
I'm gonna say that there is like one moment of quiet. Like you are feeling deaf, you are feeling blind, you are feeling weak. The noise that is usually in your head is sort of comforting is just gone, and it's just this vast empty silence. And then you hear or perceive or feel one like whisper, like one flickering tiny little voice of like the one last nanite that's like hanging on to you as it like just feeds you this one like blip of information.
And yeah, I'm going to bite him. And
like an adult.
Like an adult. And so on a 10+, I push deep into his psyche and hold 2. I force him to take a single action that doesn't put them in direct harm, and I can pillage their thoughts and feelings and ask a question and get a true answer.
Yep.
So, my first hold, I'm going to force him to take an action. I'm going to force him to stop tearing down the fucking building.
Okay.
And now he
strong support from the rest of the crew.
He has to submit or take 2 harm that ignores shields and armor.
Let's see. Okay. He is going to fight you for the moment. He is going to... Well, actually... He's not doing great.
Yeah.
Maeve hit him with an EMP.
How this all started. That was the kickoff.
Yeah. I think that's... Okay, I think this is more interesting. Okay, so, yeah. You are sort of, I think, reversing the process. Like you said, Jaxper's always been a quick learner when it comes to nanite stuff. Like, early on, you were sort of the golden boy. It was really just like that temper that made people a little bit wary of you. But now that is coming in handy because you feel this like anger coursing through you. And you know that the root of 14's power, what makes 14 dangerous, is that sort of cold and calculating mentality. Like 14 was the quiet one. He was always like crunching the numbers. And now you know how he's doing what he's doing, and you have this anger fueling you. So I'm going to say that you are sort of reversing the process at this point. Like you are kind of like severing the connection to his nanites. And that is what is stopping him from the building stops groaning. The crates and the boxes that have been floating around you drop. Some of them shatter. Some of them just hit the ground. But yeah, they are no longer floating as if they are going to be weapons. And now you can pillage his thoughts and feelings and get an answer. A true answer.
Did he do this to... was he telling the truth that he didn't know where 16 and 19 were? No. Or did he do this to them too?
He did this to them too. It started with 19. When they were fighting in the wreckage of the buildings as they were coming down. That was the first time he realized that he could do it. Because 19 was so much stronger than him. And eventually what he figured out was that he could infect 19's nanites and basically incorporate them into himself. And then he hunted down 16 after the two of you separated. And I think you see that 16 was just having a life. 16 had a wife, no kids or anything, but he hunted 16 down, found him, and then did the same thing to him. And I think you have this vision as part of it of 16's wife, this woman you've never seen before. You know nothing about her, who she is or who she was, because, as he stands up over 16, he looks at her and you hear him say, "No loose ends."
You are less of a man and a more broken machine than anything that has ever come out of Crucible Technologies before or since. I'm going to decommission you now. And yeah, I'm going to not just actually I might I'm gonna kill him. I'm killing him.
Okay. Interesting.
I'll cut his fucking throat. With my nanoblade.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, I'll take his nanites away and cut his fucking throat.
So that's an important question. I'm going to give you a hard choice here.
Okay.
You can physically. There are two ways to end this, and I'm gonna let you pick. You can either take his nanobots away from him, possibly also taking 16s and 19s.
Mm-hmm.
But you have no idea what that entails or what the result is. Or you can murder him in cold blood.
I think what ends up happening is Jaxper has his knife out and up at his throat, sees all of that, and just faster than he's ever moved before. You don't eat. There's no sense of movement. The knife is now on the man's throat. Is now on Elliot's throat, and he's just it cuts into his flesh, and he's just you'd be happier dead. Maybe I'll read you better, and I'll take them all from him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right before you do that, I will say this. You put the knife to his throat, and he says, he sort of like spreads his arms a little bit. Actually, I think what he does is he puts his arms on your wrist. He puts his hands on your wrist, and he starts to push. And you can like you can resist him, of course, but as he's doing this, because you're way stronger than he is at this point. But as he's doing this, he says the flesh is weak, but take me with you, and we can be together again. We can all be together again. We will all live on in you together, just like you wanted, just the family.
You're busted, man. And like I think he doesn't say that out loud. I think he actually sends what he does is the last thing he says before he takes the nanites away is he sends him like a code string that basically is just a like flag for repair.
Okay. Okay.
And
okay.
then I'm taking them apart.
Okay. And you're taking all of the nanobots.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. You feel them.
What's that look like?
Yeah, I don't know that it really looks like. Well, no, it does actually. Okay, so those glowing motes of light that had formed the first Elliot Hopper, sort of like just start to rise up out of his physical being. Some of them they pour out of his mouth and his nose and his ears, or just like rise up from the pores in his skin, just sort of all over, and then they swirl. And basically they all alight on Jaxper, who for a second is just covered head to toe in this covering, this layer of glowing light, which then disappear inside of him. And Jaxper may have wondered what would happen if somebody removed the nanobots from him completely. And as you sort of take these from Elliot, he starts to seize, and his hands just sort of clutch at his chest over where his like heart is, and he's just seizing on the ground, writhing in pain. It only lasts a couple seconds if you just watch.
Yeah, I think Jaxper I think is actually consciously like moving himself in between like Maeve specifically and this, and is just like otherwise just sort of watching with an impassive face. Like is the body dying also? So the body is dying also.
Yes, the body is what's dying. Yeah, it's not. It doesn't say anything. You don't know if anything. You're sort of left wondering the veracity of what Elliot first said to you. Without the nanites in that body anymore, is anything left, or is it just a shell? He expires on the ground.
Jaxper, I think, sort of sits back on his heels. I'm really sorry you all had to be a part of that.
Alice comes like walking over from the alley that he's been knocked down, literally brushing powdered whatever off of him. Like,
You
I
okay,
mean,
guys?
that's a par for the course for us loose ends, I guess. How's everybody holding up?
Maeve, you alright?
Yeah, I'm and she's like touching her forehead where she's got like a cut from like the box full on hitting her in the face.
It's just like sticking bits of wood out.
I'm all right. Yeah, like pulling splinters out of her hair and stuff.
How are you doing, Jax? That sounded intense.
Fucked up, I think. Where do you
Yeah, fucked up is also appropriate. Yeah.
unnatural?
Well, let's be easy on that. Jaxper's had a day.
There was always, the possibility that I was the last version of my series. So,
Well, let's talk about a man in a tube who threw a door at another friend of ours, because it sounds like I don't think you're the last of anything.
I don't think that's what he meant, Ellis.
yeah, he's not part of my series. He's not my cohort. I grew up with this guy. We were commissioned at the same time.
Kind of a brother, then, you might say.
Yeah.
You find out what happened to the rest of your brothers?
He killed him.
I see.
Same way he was trying to kill me, same way I killed him.
Well,
so he's gonna stand up and sort of look at the body and like take 2 steps away from it, and then just be like, oh, fuck. Like huck the body in a box and pick up the box. Just like.
Is that are we gonna bury him or?
Yeah, we're gonna give the fucker a ship's funeral because this stupid son of a bitch might be the last. Might be like.
All right.
The
okay.
kind of evil that.
Uh-huh.
Everybody's fucking worried we're all gonna be, but he's still my fucking brother, and I'm fucking pissed off.
Hey, Lucy, could you get the door?
That'd be really rad.
I will do that.
Fucking breaching charges.
No, I think we're gonna open it.
It's
on this.
No, I got it.
I think Maeve's gonna follow Lucy to the door and be like, I just wanna reiterate, please don't tell my parents what I've been getting up to.
Listen, I'm not gonna tell your parents, but that.
Your parents what?
Yeah. This has been the most. This has been very recent that this has become a little bit par for the course. It's been an adjustment.
You got. I mean, that dude's like a robot man.
It would appear so. Yep.
Swarm another robot man.
That's what appears to have happened. Yes.
That's
pretty much what I did. Yeah. I also have really, really good hearing.
Thanks, Jaxper.
Sorry. I recognize now that was probably creepy.
So Lucy,
definitely not what I'm used to.
Yeah, from the inside, the controls are not locked or anything like that. You can absolutely get that door to just start sliding open with little issue, and you probably have no reason to take the tunnels back. You're probably in good shape as far as that's concerned. So
not using the tunnels again.
No,
Those are the property of the McIntyre boys.
McEnroe boys.
McEnroe, excuse me.
Like the tennis player.
Like the tennis player,
Yes.
sure. Descended from, actually.
The smuggler / tennis player.
Yeah.
The pirate John McEnroe.
But you make your way out of there. I imagine a little bit dazed, maybe a little bit shell-shocked. Do a little bit of a time skip here because you have a few loose ends to tie up, but it's nothing terribly exciting. You basically have to pick up your stuff, all the parts and everything that you'd been storing at Hayworth's. He is once again suitably professional, and that is all that he is, given the way you involved him in some of your illicit dealings without his permission.
Sorry, Haywood.
I mean, he was always just professional to Ellis. It's really just Maeve that things are different for now. Yeah, he like pays you out, gives you the parts, packs them up for you, doesn't wish you well or anything like that, just kind of like, goes back to work. You stop by the clinic to talk to Bouchard, and he basically he greets you once he's available. He was in the middle of seeing a patient, but he steps out and talks to you and says, I will be honest with you, I do not think that travel would be the best thing for your friend at the moment. If it is necessary, we can, but he has not regained consciousness. I think what would be more beneficial, if I am being honest, is once your ship is ready to depart the planet, you pick him up on the way. He can remain here until then. But if you must take him, I understand, and I think he will be okay. It's just, in my professional opinion,
I think he better come with us for kind of everyone's safety, and that's me thinking of you as much as anyone else, Doc.
Yeah, my professional opinion is that he remain, but you are not required to listen to me. I'll leave him in your care.
I see him.
Well, of course. He would let you back, just you, Jaxper. He would let you back to see where he lays in one of the beds. He doesn't have his own room. The clinic's not big enough for that. There are a few other people laid up in beds around him. And there's a crew. There's like a staff of just a handful of people milling around. But Karis is lying there unconscious, face busted to hell, hooked up, to an IV.
I'll try to wake him up.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
How are you trying to wake him up?
I'm kind of thinking that might be another brain spike move. Like, I'm basically sort of going in there and checking his I'm actually what I'm actually doing is I'm running a systems diagnostic on his nanites.
Interesting.
And I think that is going to be best described by brain spike.
That sounds cool. Roll plus alien.
Plus alien, not
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm not invading his mind, am I?
You might be. That depends on how this roll turns out.
Yeah. That's a 7.
A 7. Okay. You were running a systems diagnostic. Yeah?
Yeah.
Karis's nanites... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Karis's nanites seem to be functional. They just don't work the same way yours do. They don't constantly heal Karis the way that yours do. His are more like a tool that he can use externally. In keeping with our themes here, yours are more internal, so they make you stronger, they heal you if you get hurt, they rebuild you one cell at a time. Karis's are basically just things he can control remotely. So they are not capable of the same thing that yours are. They can't fix him. But as you access this information through your own nanites, according to the rules of Into the Abyss, I ask you 2 questions from the Abyss Stairs back.
Okie dokie.
I want to give you a little bit of information beforehand. Because as you access Karis's nanites, now that you've done it once, you feel how easy it would be to take them away from him. To bring them into yourself and make them like yours. To become stronger. And with that information in mind, that thought, as it pops into your head, more or less unbidden, what terrifies your character to the core now?
That I am a monster, that I'm gonna become. Not like 14. I don't think there's anything that would cause me to be like 14, but that the only thing that's going to fix this is really ending Crucible and Zed and Zhang's programs and then killing myself. I don't want to face that possibility. That's the thing that freaks me out. Is the only way to end this is to end it all, including me.
Okay. That kind of answers my second question, which was, for what does your character's darkest heart desire now? Karis's nanites appear to be functioning as normal. They report back on his vitals. He does seem to be recovering well, but they are not capable of what your nanites are, unless you were to reach out and change them, which I'm assuming you are not interested in doing.
No. But what I do want to know is who put them there. I might access his reports. I might. I want to see. I want to see if he was. Okay, I'm not going to access his reports like the ones he's been sending out, but I want to see who made him.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Because his nanites aren't like mine.
That is true. That is true.
So.
There is no corporate designation for his nanites, which is surprising to you, because somebody had to make them. I think really the only thing you are able to determine is that they are Takamagaharan in origin.
Okay. Yeah, I think sort of gaining that information. And the other question I have is, after I leave, do I notice the nanites he left in me?
I'll say yes. I'll say that's very, I like that. And I will say yes. I will say that as you sort of interface with Karis for the first time in a while, you are able to recognize that somewhere among the trillions and trillions of nanites that exist within your body, even more so now, there are a couple that are actually from Karis, not from you or your brothers.
I am going to mark Storm and leave.
Sounds good.
Storm track is full now, guys. Let's not piss off Jack's version.
Yay, fun.
What a way to go out for this season.
Tell me about it. So you are, we'll do another quick time skip.
We're gonna bundle up Karis, obviously, and take him with us.
Right, bundle up
I guess
Karis.
we're taking Lucy, since that was assuming
Yes.
Lucy still wants to travel with us.
Yeah. How do you feel about traveling with the Nano Bros?
I mean, I think Lucy's gonna stay away from Jaxper as much as possible. But I mean,
try and spend your time with Maeve and try and talk to Maeve without Jaxper around as much as possible.
Yeah. And I think I'd probably use a break from independence anyway, considering, all things considered. So,
You did just piss off the McEnroe boys.
I did. We did.
They don't know who we were.
They might know who Lucy is.
So
all they know is Elvis Manello.
They might know Lucy.
They might recognize my face. So, I think going with you guys is probably my best bet. But, definitely staying away from the big dude.
Mm-hmm. So you load up on the next crawler that's headed out to Nephin Range. Doesn't take long. Things travel outside of Independence a lot faster. And honestly, you have enough money now that you could probably just charter one if you wanted to. So you don't have any issues with that.
I don't think we do that, just to avoid the conspicuousness of buying our own transit.
But you're also traveling with a fair amount of like ship's parts and stuff too. So you're not inconspicuous. But it's not uncommon for people to travel out after, leaving Independence with parts and sundry and in hand. So yeah, you've got money from a couple of jobs you've pulled. You've got the parts you need to get Nephilim up and running and back out into space finally. And after about 2 days travel on the crawler, it pulls into Nephin Range right around sundown. Yes, Della.
Sorry, I know I get to spend Hey Big Spender because I wasn't here last session,
True.
but I was part of the contract that ended. What was disposition?
Disposition was -1 by the end of it, I think. Or no, it was 0. It was 0. I didn't actually.
That was on the
zero.
ship roll, yeah. Your big spender roll is 0.
Yes, yeah.
My
that's
big
0.
spender roll is 0. Okay, cool.
Because Maeve picked a fight.
Sweet.
Yeah, may have gotten an argument.
Yeah.
I do not regret that choice.
Anyway, round about sundown on the second day, the crawler pulls into Nephin Range, unloads your parts. You start to transport them back out to the Delaney's home, where the garage is that's currently housing the busted up Nephilim. And yeah, as you approach with the parts in hand, you can see actually the doors of the barn / garage, your dad's workshop, are open, and you can actually see him in there working on the Nephilim. Good old Orson Delaney.
Good
old
old
Orson.
Orson Delaney.
Good old Orson Delaney.
What are you guys doing? I assume you're gonna take the parts right there since he's already working on the ship.
Yeah.
Jaxper's got a whole engine part.
Yeah.
This is still really heavy. This is I know I'm real strong, but this is really fucking heavy. Can you please just tell me where to put this down?
Yeah.
Normally we use the machines to move that stuff, but that's
You
fine.
still are.
I think
So
we're
that's fine.
past
Yeah,
the
you
point
still
of
are.
pretending
Yeah,
Jaxper
he
is
said
not a
it.
forklift. Yeah.
Forklift certified.
So Maeve, this will be a surprise for your dad. How are you getting his attention? How are you surprising him? He didn't know you were coming.
Just standing in the doorway and be like, "Hey, pops."
He turns around, sees you, smiles real big, scoops you up into a hug. You feel safe for the first time in days, maybe even longer, since the last time you were here, for sure. Swings you around a little bit like you were still a kid. Just is very, very happy to see you. Sets you back down and looks past you to everyone as the parts are loading up, and he sort of cocks his head quizzically and says, "Maeve, who's your friend?"
Austin, you don't recognize me? I know it's been a long time, but come here. Give Lucy a big hug. Come on.
Isn't she part of your old crew?
He looks confused for a second, and
Lucy Callahan?
Lucy Callahan. No. All right. Fuck this. And I take out my disruptor and I pull the trigger.
so a pulse of that same energy that knocked Jaxper unconscious before radiates out from Lucy Callahan, quote unquote, and everything goes dark for all of you.
I'm real fucking sick of disruptors. I'm gonna build some shielding for this too. Just like
See, I have shields, but I'll play.
there's I've got 5 different iterations of nanites going on inside me, all of which are just having conversation of, okay, this has gotta fucking stop. This has gotta stop. We cannot be happy with this again.
Maeve, very blearily, you start to regain consciousness. You blink a couple times. You look around. Lucy, where is everyone?
I think everyone's kind of tied up separately.
Mm-hmm.
Probably in a line. And Jaxper, extra security for sure.
Yeah.
Engine parts sitting on
Yes.
Jasper's lap.
Yeah, the
basically-
engine he was carrying is still on top of him.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly. Like
no.
Jasper's literally on the floor, like laying down with like as much weight as she could put on him. Awesome.
So if everyone is like tied up in the barn, what I would suggest is, or in the garage rather, what I would suggest is that you could have just the like mechanical arm fully just pressing down on Jaxper's chest, sort of pinning him to the ground.
Yeah.
If I could offer a humble suggestion
Oh,
as an onlooker.
That sounds like
As someone who's had to disable Jaxper before, this is how I would do it.
As just a casual viewer.
Just so you're fully aware of the environmental options at your disposal.
Yeah, no, that's great. Especially after what I saw Jaxper do in the warehouse. I definitely want to put him down.
Nick cannot handle this level of constant betrayal that she is dealing with.
Maybe no friends anymore.
So
Zero
Everyone
friends.
is probably like
Hell yeah,
5
grip
or
it,
so
rip it.
Sorry.
nice. 5 or so feet apart from each other, like, or just spaced out enough so that like they can't easily like, well, let me tinker.
Social distancing is
I don't
key.
want that. Yeah, I don't need that to happen right now. So,
So you've got the drive, Lucy.
yeah, I do. And I'm holding it up and just kind of looking around, kind of looking at the Nephilim. I don't know first to wake, but
You would notice that Maeve is the first one to regain consciousness.
Maybe. Good morning, by the way. You know, it's funny. You really are very, very easy to convince. Like, so gullible, so naive. And it's honestly, it's endearing, to be honest. It's so sweet of you, but it just really makes my job a lot easier. Sprinkle a couple lies here and there, friendly joke, even friendlier hug. That's really all it took. And
with the conversation taking place, Ellis, you awake. You start to regain consciousness. Head pounding.
If I can, because again, Ellis has been knocked out by Disruptor before. Ellis is going to do his best to not show that he's waking up.
Okay, fair.
you know, go ahead.
Who are you really?
Does it matter, really? Because it's not like you're ever going to see me again, and if you did, it wouldn't really end well for you. You know, I'm surprised that your big friend, your big offense, that disgusting. I just don't. How can any of you look at that and feel anything? You saw what he did. He's not real. He's fucking little robots or whatever. That's not human. That's not... It's not what God intended. Okay? None of this is. But, you know, Michael told me to worry about you and watch out for you guys, but I guess people who believe in tech just really are stupid. You really think this is the future? This is what we should be putting our hopes and dreams in? We're all like the rest of them.
Let's bring Jaxper into it.
Jaxper's gonna open his eyes, but probably not say anything.
Okay.
But like, look up, look at Lucy.
Hi. How you doing? You know,
I've actually been way worse than this, though this does suck, and it's really hard to inflate my lungs all the way. I don't like need those, but
I'm glad. Yeah, you don't need those. That's right.
No.
And it's funny because, you know, tech was supposed to help the human race originally, back in the days, you know, the early days.
Word.
But look at you now. God gave us a gift. He gave us the earth. The earth where we can walk outside and breathe fresh air, where we can drink fresh water and eat from the ground. We were given this. And now we're greedy. We sacrificed everything to be spread out across the stars, which we were only supposed to admire from a distance, so that people could die mining Jupiter, so that you could soar the stars and collect garbage with your robot friends. Does that really sound like existence to you? Does that really sound like something that should exist? That
sounds like you're shitting on a whole lot of people's actual lives based on some kind of concept of where people ought to be, which, in my studies, is a real short hop, skip, and a jump to what I like to call actual no-shit fascism. So, let's just call it what it is.
Call it whatever you like. You don't get to dictate what life even means, because you aren't alive. You are a hunk of machine. I watched you just absorb machines out of another machine. And who's to say that you, a machine man, isn't going to do the same to the rest of humanity? You said there's...
You don't have machines to absorb. I can't eat you. I could try.
Cass.
Do your best, but...
Cass Delaney, clearly who has been faking unconsciousness, similar to how Ellis is currently, says, "So what's on the drive?"
Wouldn't you like to know, Captain Kaz? Let's just say something the church wouldn't want to get out. Thing we'll probably never know. Something Grace kept from us.
And Lucy's dead, I assume.
Oh, your precious Lucy Callahan? Yeah. Another simple-minded fool begging to be a part of this new technological world, blind to the eyes of reality. Real people, real land, real, fresh She turned a blind eye away from God. Just as all you have. So? Yeah, I took her place. Who cares? Why does she matter? She's a sinner.
Are you going to kill us too, then? Sinners that we are.
No, I would really, really love to. But I think Michael would get more out of you alive than dead. And I'm not about to just do crazy stuff just because I want to. I'm not a fucking robot. Still a human.
Technically, robots can't do crazy stuff just because we want to. Usually we had to be told to do that, though I guess, I'm not going to get into a debate about free will with you. Except I did just roll an 11 for Brain Spike. I am just going to note that.
Yep, you did. So we didn't really get a chance to talk about this, but I think a clause of Jaxper's newfound abilities is going to be that they are touch-based, once again to differentiate between you and Karis's stuff. Karis's nanites tend to work more at a distance. The way we've been playing Jaxper's nanites tend to be more close range and contact based. So I think you can brain spike somebody no problem. You just have to be able to lay hands on them first. Your nanites can't travel across distance.
That's where Ellis is going to come in. So, Ellis comes around after Lucy has threatened Cass, and a couple things are going to happen. Is because this is just a thing I get to do is some of this cool bounty hunter shit. Yeah, I'm burning a lead to declare that whoever Raph's character is named is actually someone who is wanted and has a wanted target on them. So now they are my hunted target, which gives me some advantages on some things. The first one is that Alice is going to come to and literally just stare you down with an intimidation. And because you are mechanically a criminal, I get advantage on this additionally to everything else. So let's see how that goes.
What are you staring at me? What the fuck?
This is like death stare. Like, this is a man who has been thrown out of ships, who has like fought in the bottom of like mining pits hand to hand with people with wrenches, just like burning holes in your face. So that's 10. And because of the move I'm using is not the straight intimidation, now this is intended for an NPC, so I guess there's going to be some conversation between Raph and Will on what you're going to choose, but you have to pick 2 out of these 5.
Okay.
You shut up immediately, you stop moving, you lower your weapons, you do something stupid or reckless, or you hesitate, stumble, or mutter. I know what I want you to do.
Now, I'm going to contextualize this a little bit for you, Raph, because you have a clear power position over Ellis, right? Yeah. There's like, mechanically, it might be hard to imagine why you would have this like intimidation, but what I'm going to say is that Ellis looks at you with these eyes, with this gaze, and the sheer force of will behind it, the sheer implication of the life that this man has led that is giving weight to that stare, you've only ever seen on one other person, and that is Michael.
This is a bloodhound stare. This is literally, Ellis will find you. Like, oh, okay, you're the new target. Yeah. You are the most proximate focus of every ounce of this man.
You can feel him memorizing every inch of exposed skin you have, and it makes your skin crawl.
Okay.
So yeah, you do have to pick a couple things from that list.
All right, read that list again to me.
So
they shut up immediately, they stop moving, they lower their weapons, they do something stupid or reckless, or they hesitate, stumble, or mutter. So 2 of those 5. And again, like, broader context is that Jaxper just threatened you a bunch and had a bunch of shit to say at you.
Yeah,
So.
no, you're good. I don't think I have any weapons pointed at you guys or anything like that, so that's out of the question.
I can give you a suggestion if you want, Ref.
I mean, sure. I think this is I think she would definitely like be mid rant and then look over at Ellis and stop talking.
Yeah,
she recognizes that.
What I would say is maybe the expression of all of those things that you have to choose as a result of Ellis's steely glare is that for some reason in this situation you no longer feel like you have the upper hand. But you've got what you needed, and you've said what you needed to say.
I think at that point, she would just spit on the ground and start walking away.
I think Maeve would call out after, like, finally sort of have gathered her wits enough to call out after and be like, wait, you said Michael, do you know where Grace is and what happened to her?
Grace is, well, she was alive the last time. Not sure how much lie that is anymore. Doesn't matter anymore.
I think Discord is noise gating you, Raf.
Oh, it's all good. I have what I need. Grace. She was alive the last time. But again, I don't know. She still is. And honestly, I don't care. Goodbye. And
yeah. Okay. You walk out the door, leaving all of you tied up or restrained in various ways.
Yeah, is there any chance of us breaking those restraints? Or are we relying upon Jaxper? I didn't think to, like, I figured it was,
No, I think
Lucy knows what she's doing.
What I'm imagining ends up happening is Jaxper's like clawing his way up the side of the arm to like have to like break a hydraulic tube with his fingertips to get it off of him. It like takes a solid 45 minutes.
Yep. But you are eventually able to do it, and you sort of like are able to sort of like angle the arm off of you finally, and set about freeing the others, I think. And I think that you scour the Nephilim looking for what could have possibly been taken, looking for anything that is missing. I think it almost maybe becomes an obsession of Maeve's. Maybe you don't even sleep for like the 24 hours that it takes to check every inch of that ship.
I think Ellis and Pa Delaney definitely jump out on whatever kind of like skimmer he has and are like beelining to try and find trace, track, or trail of anything. Yeah.
And obviously you don't find anything. Yeah. But Maeve, I think you comb the ship inch by inch, and you aren't able to find anything missing or anything out of place that you knew about, at least.
None of us spent much time in Grace's cabin, though, so...
That's true. And I think as season 1 of Nephilim starts to come to a close, the last image that we see is of the warehouse back in Independence. It's quiet now. The chaos and the carnage is still evident. There's still shattered crates and broken machinery lying on the ground, packets of powder and things like that that have spread across the floor as a result of your fight. But amidst the silence, a figure drops down from the ceiling and lands very lightly on 2 feet. They're wearing black robes of some kind, and they kneel down over a pile of dust, or so it appears, on the ground. They reach out and they touch it lightly with 2 fingers as a string of prayer beads jangles on their wrist. And then they pull out a tube and start gently pushing the dust into it before sealing it, tucking it away in their robe, and walking out the front entrance. And that is the end of season 1 of Nephilim. We did it.
We did it.
You're the worst and the best, Raph.
Yeah, Raph, you did such a good job.
Legitimately did not see the twist coming.
Yep.
So good.
So you all have a lot of information now. You don't know what any of it means, but you have a lot of information and a lot of names.
And Maeve has a lot of trauma to unpack.
And a whole lot of trauma.
Yeah.
So much drama.
I feel like there's going to be some like conversations with Jaxper and Maeve.
Maeve
coming
comes back
up.
in season 2, is a whole new character. She's a Tempest. Carries 2 atomic attack wrenches.
Nope, Tempest is a great playbook. Cannot lie.
It's true.
Highly recommend it.
Bigger
I mean,
wrench
I
waifu.
picked up a gunner move with my last advance, so maybe the answer is I'm just gonna now become a gunner hybrid because I've spent a lot of time.
I'm to shoot, folks.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
I was gonna take a some infiltrator hybrid moves, but Brain Spike was too perfect.
Brain Spike is very good. Brain Spike is very good. All right.
Yeah, sorry, it's the war horse playbook
The gunner move.
that
yeah.
I took a move from.
That only works
You
for
become
ships,
a
though.
warhorse. Maeve the warhorse.
Yeah. Maeve could fully pivot to Warhorse. Who knows?
Full question. How do we feel about renaming the ship to Loose Ends? Because I feel like,
That's great.
or is that just the title of season 2?
Haven't you done enough to that poor man? Poor 14. Haven't you done enough to him?
What?
Yeah.
His stupid nano cloud trick didn't work for me, so no, I'm still pissed.
That is true. The EMPs were highly effective. Okay, so with that, we'll call it a day. We're going to pick up, I believe, in 2 weeks with season 2 of Nephilim, so you're not going to have to wait very long. If you've been following along since the beginning, we appreciate that so much. If you're new to the channel, thank you for following or just hanging out with us, watching. If you chatted, if you donated, all of that good stuff, thank you so much. Next Sunday, I believe, our other ongoing game, Pulp Diction, which is a playthrough of the Pulp Cthulhu campaign, The Two-Headed Serpent, is going to be happening as usual. And there's usually some video game stuff that happens during the week. I'm probably going to keep dating weapons in Boyfriend Dungeon on Monday. And there's some other stuff that's going to be happening, I'm sure. But yeah, thank you so much for hanging out with us. And on that note, I'm just going to say, if you want to keep up with us, you can follow us on Twitter at LFTA Apocalypse, or you can join the Discord community. There's a link right there. In fact, it's posted twice, but you can only join once. Yeah, thanks so much. On that note, have a good one, everyone. Players, say goodbye, please.
Bye.
Appreciate you.
We appreciate you all.
Have a good one.